Okay. And we are live. I do believe. Give me a second to make sure everything's set up. The usuals. There we go. Are we winning? We will be, surely. Without any doubt. Okay, there we go. Nearly have 2K subs. Yeah, I noticed. It's pretty cool. Don't really have anything planned for it, but it's cool to see. But yeah, funny Warp event. The main menu screen got updated. It's still looking very strange, that's for sure. Very curious what exactly is like going on with this one guy, this mysterious guy who's like wearing some sort of mask. Might have been they changed already. Yeah, they usually change it like an hour or so before the update comes out for the events. That's how it's been for most of them. Should you level 45 for your warp team for this? Probably. The warp units gain at least a 20% bonus to the resources, so it's still nice to have, but it's not necessarily required. Actually, I didn't check. Do the other dimension shredders get bonuses? Because I know Otis's does, but do the old ones get them? I can pull it up here. I've got it ready, just on hand in case I need to read this sort of thing. Okay, the other dimension shredders, so you get a 40% bonus for each of the 3 new things, but you get a 20% bonus for all of the previous things. Yeah, both previous dimension shredders and all of the warp units give you a 20% bonus. So realistically, and because the max is 120%, like, if you had just Dimension Shredder, Otis, Honglu, and Yisong just selected, that would be 80% right then and there. So you only really need to have, you don't even need to be using the new IDs too much for getting a bunch of them. Yeah, there's also a lot of really cool changes they're making in this update. Like, they're adding little arrows to stagger bars to make them easier to comprehend. They're actually telling you the HP values the stagger bars are at, finally. It's taken so long for this such a simple change. But it's very nice to see. And they're also adding, like, they call them trait keywords for each unit. Each unit has, like, a list of, like, their, like, faction-y type stuff. Like, it shows Faust having the, like, Limbus company tag, and it shows, like, Blade Lineage Yisung having the Blade Lineage and these Syndicate tags. So that's cool. It'll just make that sort of thing a little bit more straightforward. Make it a little more obvious for stuff like, Kaleidoscope or Middle Merceau passive. Although it is fairly self-explanatory most of the time. Cool thing to get. Roman 45 SP is only like 80% chance for heads. Yeah. Which I'm pretty sure was... I don't know if it was a bug, but they might have said it was a bug. I'm pretty sure they fixed it with Railway 1. Good time to fix it. But I remember when I was going through Railway 1, I felt like I was having insane luck, and it was because they changed the coin chances, right? Which made a lot of sense. Cool stuff. How you doing, Gregor? Oh. Gregor is currently curled up on the floor, just sleeping. It's late, so he's all sleepy and ready for bed. But by the new ID coming out in this menu, you can get the wall IDs. They can't be sharded like the new event can't. Yeah. If you can get it as blue, light blue, gray, and red. You'd still have the number at, like, the bottom of the screen. Like, you'd still get the number, but the SP indicator wasn't on the actual units themselves, on their, like, sprites. It was still down there on the dashboard, though. Just a little bit harder to see compared to how they changed it to make it much better. A lot of very interesting changes PM made over the time with Limbus. That really helped a lot with a bunch of random things. Weird knowing overclocking was in base Limbus, so yeah. If you wanted to overclock, you would need to corrode. Or if you wanted to see a corrosion, you would need to full-on corrode. You couldn't just see them otherwise. That was a... Or another thing that, like, is insane to think about is the fact that, like, up until Season 2, you'd lose sanity for losing clashes. That was a mechanic they removed, like, the start of Season 2. Because start of Season 2, they tried doing some SP changes, reverted them, and also removed the whole sanity loss from clash losing. Look at Tutorial now, it's crazy. Yeah, they really should have just given everyone just like some random free ego just so they could actually show using overclocks in the trailer, because I feel like a lot of people take a while to learn that overclocks exist if they're not using like external sources. Overclocking really isn't shown off there. Because you're not really guaranteed to get any non-base egos. You get She Ishmael as like your tutorial ID, but I don't know. You can now learn this kind of tutorial so much more different from what I remembered. I remember. Do you guys remember like if you were there for the first few like weeks of Limbus, like you'd have to do like what was it? Was like 3 stages a day or something stupid like that. Like you'd need to do main story stages to get the dailies done. So you just do them on the tutorial because they didn't have any encapsulation cost. That was insane. Finding encapsulation is a struggle, yeah. Especially now, there's so many things to get. It feels like it would be impossible to reach like a goal of like having everything in the game. Like at this point. The old dailies were certainly funny. Funny how, you know, Lux Excavation was only added like 3-4 weeks into the game. Main stories in Canada was 1 through 3 is easy. Yeah, but people use the tutorial for the dailies, just because it didn't cost encapsulation, right? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like, Lux Excavation didn't exist until like 3 weeks in. She Ishmael so bad, LCV clears IMO. Situationally, She Ishmael when uptied can be really nice, especially if you can get her below half. Especially since resolution exists now, she definitely has a niche. But even without it, if you have a way to consistently keep her below half HP, she's pretty solid for poise, especially for the time, right? You're watching this in class right now. Nice. Yeah, that's... God. Rough to hear. She actually broken, what do you mean? Yeah, She's skill 2 is pretty solid. She's the only 3 of the She IDs that actually works fairly well. But, like, resolution does make such a huge difference for them just in general. That they're consistent. And you know, the reverse coins tends to be really solid. Yeah. The clash power isn't great, but the actual damage is usually super high. Yeah. Like, being honest, it's not hard to have every single ID, all things considered. After, like, it takes a while, but, like... But, like, the main issue is doing it while keeping everything at decent upties and decent thread spins, and also spending enough in Keflin to get your units all leveled up. It's so insane. Like, Ring Sing's unit, finest unit in the game. Yeah. Really is insane. Resident Mirror Dungeon doesn't count. Yeah. Mirror Dungeon is still, like... I mean, like, obviously I've got a bit of a bias in terms of the importance of Mirror Dungeon, but, like, once you're up to date, that's gonna be what you do the most, if anything. Resolution isn't needed for Shiesh, but it just helps so much. Outside of Mirror Dungeons, you don't have that many sources of healing either, so it's pretty easy to just get her below half and then keep her that way in, like, a single, like, boss fight or something. Right, she needs to get staggered and stuff, which can be rough, but it definitely works. Tormund's like Bailey song first, yeah. She should probably as well in this railroad due to the wave system. Yeah, relatively. I feel like the issue with like this railroad is like railway is like it can be a bit weird to like do it. Like I'm sure it'd be annoying to get like below half HP from without your Sandy going awfully down from like portrait, right? So like first wave it would be a little bit iffy. I don't know, railway's hard in general. You probably shouldn't be bringing She-ish to railway unless you're. I mean, she's not the worst option either, though, right? You used her for railway 1. Yeah, makes enough sense. Which Ego from LobCorp do you want to see and on what Sinner? There's a lot of them that I really do want to see. I'm not sure what's like my most like wanted one at this point though. Nothing there Ryoshu. Nothing there Ryoshu feels like. I mean, multiple centers need nothing there, right? Obviously Gregor's the one that fits nothing there the best by far. That's for sure. Love Burning Heaven and Love Corp, you hate the Ego Suit itself. Looks a lot of the Ego Suits in Love Corp are weird. Honestly, give us like a 2-star. Give us Porcubus as a 2-star, just because it's such a funny suit. I love it so much. Make it like be like a sinking unit that just or something. I don't know. Would go hard. Shh. Do like I don't know, like Porcubus 2-star for like Honglu or something random. I don't know. Yisong maybe. There's funny options. There's so many funny options for potential people to get egos. And I look forward to like whatever PM has in store. Because I like most stuff in LobCorp and Ruin, and I'm happy to see basically everything come back. Now, being honest, I'm pretty meh on Red Eyes Ryoshu because she already has 2 Red Eyes egos, and it's just gonna be like one of those, but if it was an ID. I kind of wish it was a 2-star, if I'm being honest, simply because, I don't know. You ever do go specifically with the Ryoshu for Sword or Dawn for Silly? It's probably going to Dawn. I think if Ryoshu's getting like a big color, Ryo should probably get Purple Tier. Definitely some funny synergy, some funny like similarity stuff there. Ecstasy, yeah, Ecstasy, why is Ecstasy resistant to everything? It's so insane and then it looks awful. Yeah, Red Eyes Ryoshu does make a lot of sense, but like, why is there so much? I'm curious to see how the actual ID is going to work. I wonder if it's going to be like a slash the focused ID. Like actually focused on the damage type more so than any specific thing. It's probably going to be super debuffy, I guess. That's my best guess. I don't know. Maybe she's blessed by the spiders, yeah. A lot of the Ryoshu egos and stuff do synergize with the whole, you know, dead daughter bit. That is probably going on. We really don't know exactly how PM's going to go about doing that. You know, the sword might be her daughter, question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't know. Trace, yeah, I like Trace Association. It seems so cool. Yeah, Ryoshu Spiderweb fits so well together. It's perfect. That's for sure. Okay, 1 more minute. Ryoshu can have 3 to 4 Lust Egos, yeah. Yisung used to be able to have 3 out of 3 Sloth Egos back before they made Sun Shower Above. It's not, you know, that strange of a thing. I mean, that's still a pretty strange thing in and of itself. So many Lust Egos, though. So many Lust Vovs that want resonance. I mean, basically every ego nowadays wants their specific resonance. Something that's definitely very noticeable. Okay, there we go. Is it gonna work? Or am I gonna need to restart? Cool. Switch to this one. There we go. My music is muted. I'll need to turn it back on when we get in the game. We are in though. What's the download? The download's going fairly quickly, so that's good. Shouldn't be too long. I'm excited for the event. Servers are about to die. Probably not. I don't know. I don't think people are like super. I think if the servers die anytime soon, it might be next wall purchase, right? That's usually what's pretty rough for the servers. DS Dimension Shredder. First ego that had a single coin for a while. I mean, I guess it depends on the why, on what you mean by a while. Wrong button. I need to turn the audio back on. Cool. Give me my lunacy. I got a new mouse today, so I'm no longer gonna have weird mouse lag. Love being used and playing a game that works on Korean time, yeah. It's not the worst timing, all things considered. I mean, if you live in Europe, it's, like, worse for you, because it's gonna be, like, middle of the night, morning type thing. Honglu target extraction? Oh, wait, you know what this means, guys. You know what this means. Wrong button. You know what this means. Look at that. You can get Soda Honglu. Like a month back or something, they changed it so you can get event-specific stuff for Sinner target extractions, so you can actually get Soda Honglu from this banner. So, you know, best ego in the game. Let's go. I hadn't set up my team before I did it. Well, we can take a look at this. W Corp. Yeah, cool. W Corp. Syndicate Eurodivia. Does like Association get its own one? What about Molar Bowworks? Fixer, Molar Office. Okay, so Fixer gets its own. So that's probably gonna apply to all the associations. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. And if we go to something like LCCB, it should just be Limbus Company. Yeah, so same thing. So this kind of like shows some of the specifics for, you know, stuff like middle Merceau passive, that sort of thing. That's a cool change. Can you see stagger thresholds on these screens? No, that's fine. That's alright. I guess, is there any other funny tag? Is there like an ego tag? No, TLA is one. That makes sense. Syndicate the ring. I don't know what other tags there'd be. It seems to just be organizations and then Fixer or Syndicate if it applies. What is like a rose banner, I guess? Fixer, yeah, makes sense. Because workshops are Fixer Association stuff. Well, we've got the event stuff here. Faust Dimension Shredder. Let's start off with the daily pulls, though. See if I get lucky in any of these. I got a 3-star earlier today, so I'm not really expecting to get particularly lucky, but it would be funny. If I get an ego, it's guaranteed to be the new one since I have every other ego. Okay, there's Soda Honglu on the little trailer thing. Okay, another 1-star. It's a Honglu. Who would have thought? And finally, oh! 50-50. It's a 50% chance this is Faust, 50% it's a completely unrelated 3-star. Unrelated 3-star, that's fine. It's more shards. I would have gotten, it would have been stupid lucky if I actually got it. That's okay. I've got boxes to spare. Need to pop like what, like 150 for Faust. That's not enough, is it? Yeah, I'm a couple short. Actually, I might not be. Is it? No, I think it's 50, right? I don't know. 450 is how much I need. And then I'm going to need a little bit more for Otis. So just pop like 250 for Otis. Sure. That might be enough. Also got fairly low rolls there. That's fine. We'll shard them first, and I might have miscalculated the stuff, so that's fine. Start off with get the Faust first and foremost. Pretty funny looking. Multi-crack office. And that's like the little like faction logo. I wonder if we've got like a clean image of this somewhere. We might. And Dimension Shredder.
눈을 떼지 마라. 한순간이라도 묻힌다면 영원히 방황할 텐데.
Pretty cool. Kind of incredible that they gave us another Dimension Shredder just to make it a single coin. When, you know, Warp is best known for its, like, heavy, it's, like, super coin-heavy attacks. That's fine. High speed, rift space, so true. Let's see, what do we, oh, that's our, I clicked the wrong thing entirely, it took me a second to realize. You essentially this planned, you ensnared an eternal trip. Plan wandering. Eternal wandering, okay, cool. High speed rip space was also 1 coin though. It was, but it could have been more. That was just cowardice on PM's part. SMH. Yeah, we've got this. Cool. It's an NV, which is pretty funny potentially. And we also have the Faust ID. There we go. It's finally showing the new thing. Let me just set everyone else to base for the time being. We won't be able to get the the Heath until we get some of the event currencies, which we'll probably get sometime like midway through the event, right? So I'm not too worried. Let's start with the Ego though, since there's not going to be an update story for that. It'll be faster. Quickly get this to Threadspin 4. And yeah, this is enough, okay. So we went a little overboard on the Otises, but that's just fine. That's how it be, I'm fine to have a little bit extra. Let's take a look. 1 Wrath, 3 Gloom, 1 Pride, 4 Envy. 1 Wrath is interesting. What are your Sin affinities? Like, if you want to get, like, Wrath stuff, you'd need to, like, rely on one of the people who's got that. Let me just select the entire team while I'm thinking about it. Warp. The team will consist of this to some degree. Simple as that. I guess I'll throw on the other charge people just for support, but I don't have any plans to use those two. And then you guys can just watch in the background. I'll set it to R-Corp for the bit, but we're definitely not using R-Corp. Let me get back to looking at that, though. I kind of distracted myself. Dimension Shredder. Attack weight 4, highest resonance -2, attack weight max 2, so it can become 6. The new Heat has a Wrath skill 1, that makes sense. 21 plus 9. Slash, of course. Bunch of stuff. Yeah, Lou has Wrath, yeah. Gloom, Pride, Envy, standard stuff. Not that bad, really. Less than 10 charge, consume 10% HP to gain 10 charge count. Does not reduce this unit's HP to 0, rounded down. Consume up to 40 charge count. Oh god. Some of these new event stuff is going to really increase the charge. I know that's part of like what like support passives and some of these units stuff does, so interesting to see how much it is. Do 1% more damage for each charge consumed, max 30%. So you get punished for having more than 30 charge. Because if you have 30 charge, you'll gain 30% damage, but if you have 40 charge, it'll still do 30% damage. When you can use it as Warp Otis. Yeah, but there's there's a support passive that increases max charge. I'm pretty sure one of their support passives does that. I might be wrong, though. I don't know. That's interesting. It just takes away a little bit extra charge if you have too much, I guess. Fair enough. Don't know why it's up to 40 and not just all charge count then, though. Whatever. Charge -1, Dimensional Rift, max 2. Okay. So you just need a bit of charge potency. Which means you physically can only inflict Dimensional Rift if you are running Warp Otis. So this is... if you're trying to do a Rupture team, if you're trying to bring 7 Otis, it's not worth it. One haste and 1 load per next turn for each charge. Plus 2 charge. Can you get more than 40? I doubt it. Because we know 30 was the previous max, but then one of these support passive increases it further. 32 minus 13. Nice resonance thing. Consume mixing max charge count. Percent to gain max charge. Percent HP. Okay, so if you're at 0 charge, you lose 30% HP and gain 30 charge count. If you have, an increased max at the time. Might be late, but there are ADs and egos. I've only just started. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna be particularly great. They're gonna be solid. Nothing new, but they're gonna be solid for charge, I think. Does not reduce the HP to 0. Consume up to 40. Yeah. Pretty identical looking thing for the rest of that. And the passive, passive's max charge count plus 5, so the charge count to 2% more damage for every charge minus 1. Once again, that part only matters for someone who can build a charge potency, aka Warp Otis. 30 from Glow, 5 from the Ego passive, and 5 from New Heath passive. Okay. Don't we use new fast with a teleport passive? Skill 1 eats 5 charge. Doesn't it spend some charge back, though? I guess I'll see in a second. We gotta level you up and stuff. Oh! They actually listed it here! Mechanical Amalgam! Wow! Let's throw in Grip Sinclair for the bit. Since, oh yeah, N-Corp Fanatic and N-Corp are 2 separate things for some reason. They're all gonna be the exact same, I'm fairly certain, right? Like, they just... Okay. Don't know why they need to spec. It's preemptively specified, right? There's gonna be N-Corp units that aren't Fanatics in the future. But yeah, now we're gonna have more stuff that can actually make use of this 10% damage increase from Self-Destructive Purge. Because this means the enemies are also gonna have it. Yeah. Cool. We're gonna max their level. That's right, they changed this. So it shows some of that stuff on the side now. Cool, we ascend that, get you to max level. Uptie you, and we're gonna take a look at your Uptie story. So it was a little iffy to see Uptie stories. Oh yeah, this contract target has been taken care of. The meticulous preparation for this contract expedition has certainly borne fruit. That text goes away pretty quickly, so you gotta read it fast. It's always a little iffy to read the Uptie dialogues before the story stuff for a unit, but it's usually not that big of a deal. PvP went, God. Well, it's gonna matter because this means if you try bringing these units into Railway 4 and they get Self-Destructive Purge, they will take 10% more damage, so it does matter. Not like the most important situation, but Envy Pekatula, Grip Sinclair would work for that. Several noises are present at the child's desk. Sounds of fingertips tapping on a keyboard and a pen tip scratching against the paper among them. A fixer, armed with prosthetics, nervously approached the child and presented a set of documents before her. The child took them with one hand, barely paying any attention to the fixer. Your budget proposal has been reviewed, but several points of necessary adjustment have also been identified. Budget proposal, okay. Yes, ma'am. The fixer shuddered a little, dreading her next words. While this child was generally of a gentle disposition, she was very strict when it came to documents and numbers, of course. It barely mattered how many times the office employees reviewed, proofread, and meticulously checked every little detail in their reports for typos and miscalculations. They could never stand proudly in front of this perfectionist child as they presented their reports to her. And just as the fixer had dreaded, the child stops and loads up numerous data graphics on her monitor, even before moving past the first few pages of the document. It feels necessary to note that the purposes of this contract expedition extend beyond the contract itself. A part of it is to expand the office's partnership via business meetings with T-Corp, and the other is to attend inventors' conferences to establish partnerships with new trading workshops. Well, more workshop mentions, but we still have not seen where any workshop, actually be relevant since there is banner. Yes, actually, I did take part into account when setting our budget. I made sure to prepare more than enough funds to... It appears that each participant in this expedition is universally assigned a 24-hour day budget. However, each participant must be assigned hours specifically tailored toward their roles in this expedition. Please note that we will be meeting with workshops of varying wealth brackets, some located within nests, some located in the back streets. Oh. Research the average daily hours for T-Corp upper class and backspace inventors. Oh, and you have neglected to include a list of workshops the office seeks to visit. The fixer froze in place. If it wasn't for his prosthetic eye, he would have been constantly squeezing his eyes shut, cringing at each proposed pointed criticism she made. Most of the office's contracts have been with P-Corps. Your ignorance of T-Corp's idiosyncrasies is understandable and expected. What is impressive is Faust's knowledge, which lies far beyond any metric. P-Corp is... preservatives? Was that it? As far as we know? I'm not getting them mixed up, right? It's the one that was briefly mentioned with Children from the 27th of March, if I'm not mistaken. Was that P-Corp? I think it was. I don't remember. The child briefly glanced at the fixer before saying some very unreassuring words of reassurance, but she also pointed to a part of the document before complimenting his work. It was her own way of giving him a carrot after the series of sticks she just delivered. Using the warp train is an acceptable suggestion, however. Set apart a week of our schedule and contact the Seven Association to conduct on-site surveys. Do not forget to verify that information yourself, of course. Just as the fixer was about to respond, she motioned him to stop. And after a long contemplation, she began. Expand the warp train budget. Ma'am, that budget is more than enough. W Corp is running a promotion for economy class tickets, so... That would normally be the case, indeed. However... The child gazes into the air for a moment, before closing her eyes to think. She does that often when she's trying to understand something that's not so easily understood. I may be traveling in a first-class seat instead. Seriously? The fixer raised all four of his hands, surprised by her request. The child looked away from the document at the fixer's overreaction. She glared at him, her eyebrows lowered, with a look of perplexed disdain. Is there a problem with that? No, it's just... unexpected. I just thought you would consider a first-class seat a waste of money. Like, what's the use of all that luxury and the immense budget if you only get to enjoy it for just 10 seconds? That's horribly inefficient. Well, assumably this Faust also can access the knowledge of other Fausts to, like, some degree. I guess we don't know that. Do we? I don't think that's actually happened at all, so I might be just misspeaking. I don't think so. Otherwise, I should have too much information, right? I'm pretty sure it's only our Faust that has access to all the other Fausts, and maybe there's some other Fausts out there that are like that. Rosepin Gregor might be a... Oh yeah, Rosepin Gregor might count as mechanical amalgam, that's right. I didn't think about that. And maybe Chef Gregor too at that point? He's got a mechanical arm, I don't know. Other Fausts can conduct other Fausts, but I don't recall where. Yeah. We're gonna learn more about Faust soon. If she can't access other Faust, though, then she knows the horrors from Warp Faust. On that I do agree. However... Oh well, it is how it is. I do not quite understand what the Gesellschaft is thinking. Gesellschaft. Let me pull up Google Translate real quick. Figure out what exactly that is. It's German, that's for sure. Google Translate. Gesellschaft. Cuddly. Huh? Did I get the word wrong? Gesellschaft. Company, there we go. Okay. Apparently I forgot the C. If you forget the C, it becomes cuddly, but with the C, it becomes company. So it's just some company that, you know, is named German, I guess. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. Think something shy for some of us? No, it's nothing. Is this like a Faust hive mind thing? The company? The Gesellschaft? Maybe like one of the Fausts in her head told her that like she should take a first class seat. And then she's like, I don't understand what they're thinking. Is that what's going on here? In any case, update the proposal as per my request and place it on this desk by tomorrow morning. If you believe this is too much work for you to handle, Joel, wake up Mr. Heathcliff from his work day now and ask him to assist you in proofreading this document. Oh yeah, also I'm just going to say this now. If you're currently playing through the actual story, the event stuff, before me, just don't mention it until I get there, right? Should be logical enough, but Just wanted to give a quick reminder since I usually don't stream story contents too much. I pretty much only do it for the mid chapters, right? Just a good reminder. Heathcliff, wake up! Guff? Yeah, what? And please, tell him to get himself a cup of coffee or any substance of the like from the break room. Yes, ma'am. As the fixer dragged the sleepy child to the break room, this child rose from her seat and slowly walked to the windows. Past the full glass window is a view of numerous tall buildings emblematic of the northern architecture. Okay, so it's in the north of the city. Streets are people so far and so small, almost alien in the child's eyes, busily walking through their daily lives. You're gonna leave for a story so you can play yourself. Fair enough. Usually it's a good way to go about doing it. So, northern architecture. So did these guys head down to T-Corp for like... So they head down to T-Corp for some sort of meeting thing. They're taking the warp train to wherever we're going. And that's when the entire event's happening, right? Assumably. The child sips on her cup of coffee to reduce the adjusted plan, taking in the view. This could mean that we're headed to the north part of the city, which is kind of supported by the Devyat North showing up, but we're also seeing Zvi West showing up soon. Those aren't, showing up in the Kanto. Those are just Season 0 IDs, so not necessarily. But they could be just heading to, like, some other random district after T-Corp, right? They're not necessarily heading back immediately. Guess we'll see. So she can perfect the plan even further using Faust's knowledge. And the meticulously crafted plan began paying off almost as soon as the contract began in earnest. How is that arm still intact? We hit him with the explosives! We have been informed that the T-Corp Backstreet syndicates often make use of inventions of more explosive variety. Model 40Y3, specifically crafted to withstand high levels of heat and shock, was indeed a good choice of gear for this contract. The child's prosthetic eye had already finished mapping out the interiors of the dark warehouse. Just as she identified the trajectory of the bomb, and where it flew from, she rushed forward and casually swung the two greatswords attacks to her prosthetic arms. Like, she's not even attacking with the two front arms. What's the point? Style points, really, that's it. And in the slash, their supposed leader's head was separated from his body. Yeah. The henchmen began charging toward her and the prosthetic fixers with swords and spears, but it was all a useless struggle. Whenever they managed to break their arms, the fixers would simply replace them with new ones. Let us move a little faster. We have a business meeting scheduled in 2 hours. It wasn't long before every single one of the syndicate's henchmen were on the ground. However, the child did not even spare a moment to celebrate, and instead walked towards one of the doors of the massive warehouse that the syndicate was guarding. She needs normal hands. Yeah, I guess that's... I mean, they seem identical to the backhands, though. Like, probably less HP than Zvi. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. They're not necessarily durable as much as they're replaceable, right? They're durable, the heat and shock stuff, but probably not particularly the other stuff compared to, like, just wearing, like, actual armory things. Who knows? A lamp that returns colors. I've never seen one this bright and large. Now, the impressive magnitude of the contract sum seems more reasonable. Okay. So that's... I was gonna point out the fact that the color just showed up all of a sudden, but it actually is intentional. Cool. Just as soon as the door swings open, the sepia-toned room immediately begins filling with brilliantly varied colors. That spectacular scene was enough to catch the attention of other fixers as well, who were finishing off the remaining syndicate henchmen. This thing is massive. I don't know if we have enough collective horsepower to... Oi, boss lady, do we really have to deliver this ourselves? Of course not. The Devyat Association has already been contacted and informed that we would like for them to deliver this item to our client. When the hell did you... Never mind. Huh, this scuffle wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be. Right, I thought we'd struggle because we're all out of our elements here at T-Corp Backstreets. A grin of a nigh unnoticeably slight arc appeared on her lips as she proudly crossed her arms together. The Office Sixer's response was that of unmitigated respect. This can all be attributed to Faust's meticulous and flawless plan that eliminates all uncertainties and variables. And your contributions were also of some help, however minuscule they may have been. She did not forget to impart a few words of encouragement, fashioned in her very own unique way of delivering them. Very, very, very encouraging, that's for sure. Cool, we get that. Uptie you again, bring you to max so we can see you at your full potential. Although, while I'm thinking about it, I do... Oh, whoops. There we go. While I'm thinking about it, I want to check some of these Gregor IDs. Like, you've got a robotic arm. The backstreets is a trait. Okay. Interesting. Seems inconsistent, but, interesting. Yeah, he's not a mechanical amalgam. Why are you a... Why is the backstreets a trait word that's... Where else is that used, even? Your arm isn't mechanical, yeah. Liu's is a little... Okay, I guess though these ones don't count. Which is interesting. Yeah, Edgar family's separate from Wuthering Heights, assumably. Just checking all the tags and stuff, yeah. Interesting how Lyndon Gregor himself isn't a fixer, but it makes sense. Since he's, you know, the lord of the household. He's not actively a fighter. Enough of that stalling, though. Let's take a quick look at what you have. It consumes 5 charge count to gain plus 2 coin power, but it gains 3 charge count, so it's a net loss of 2 on the skill 1. Definitely a little bit potentially iffy, since, you know, skill 1's the things that go frequently, but it becomes a 3 plus 6 skill 1 with 2 coins. That's a 15 rolling coin 1 with, or skill 1 with a decent activatable. You've got the whole charge potency thing, right? Yeah. So you want to spend a bunch of charge count. This means 2 skill 1s would be enough to get your charge potency up 1. And for each charge, you deal charge times 3% more damage, max 15%. Deal even more damage to targets at low HP. On kills unit and 2 allies with least charge count, gain charge count equal to charge plus 2, max 5% other charge count. Okay. So you can spread your charge whenever you get kills. But yeah, so you just get a bunch of random damage increases for spending a bunch of charge. Although you need the Envy active, so in normal fights where you don't start with Envy, and it still adds up. You just need to trigger the Envy for it to work. It'll still tracks the charge spent from before that. Charge counter current, 4 plus 4, 3 coin. You can gain coin power plus 2, then second become a 4 plus 6, 3 coin. Not bad. 5 to 9 charge count, consume 2 times 10 minus charge count percent HP to raise charge count to 10. Okay. Sure. It's just 2 times the difference from where you are to 10. And then you can spend 10 charge count to gain coin power. 10 plus 3 plus res. So it's Envy res stuff going on. Consume all charge count itself to charge plus 4% more damage for every charge count consumed by this skill. Okay. So you don't actually want the resonance all the time. You only want the resonance if you want to spend a bunch of charge. Otherwise, you kind of don't necessarily want resonance. But you want Envy resonance, you know, super kill turns, right? Because that's when you're, you know, envying out. And then your skill 3 gives you a super amount of charge. Coin power plus 1 for every charge, max 4. So you can become 4 plus 7 with 4 coins. Okay. Gain charge plus 5 charge count. Gain charge plus 5 charge count. Max 8. So a minimum of 10 charge gain. Maximum of 16 if you started with at least 3 charge. Which can happen. Actually, no, minimum, because you start with 1 charge potency. So I guess it's a minimum of 12 charge gain from this. 3 plus charge, deal more damage. Inflict 1 envy fragility next turn. Additional fragility, 2 plus charge. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. It is fairly unique gameplay-wise, having, you know, the skill 2 be the nuke that you want to use for that sort of thing, but at the same time, don't know how big of a difference it'll make, all things considered. Okay, events open now. You can spend this stuff in whatever order you want. Obviously, we're going to go for Heathcliff first. I've got all the egos. I'm sure I have the egos equipped, because there's nothing else in that slot, and it's this or F-Present Corrosion. Yeah, okay. So I should already be guaranteed to get the max multiplier. So we shouldn't take too many fights in order to get to the point of being able to get the 2 most likely. Coin effects exchange and coin values change in live time, like rupture unit coin boosts. Interesting. Yeah, huh. Does sound weird. But yeah, if we take a look here, we see some warp people. This person is obviously multi-crack. This guy is weird, though. I don't know what he's supposed to be. Like, 'cause he's got, like... Is he also supposed to be... He's got a weird helmet on. I don't know, he doesn't seem to have prosthetics or anything. He kind of... Yeah, I was gonna say he looks like Devia with the trench coaty type thing, but... Not really, the weapon doesn't match. I don't know, I guess we'll see. 15 nodes, standard stuff. First class. Let's just get into it. Right. Alright, how did this happen? We doing like a start of Canto 4 type, like, flashbacky thing? There's not a W Corp hat? It didn't look like one. It could be like a L4 unit or something, for all we know. Because we've only seen up to L3. We don't know if there's anything above an L3 unit, but there could be. First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P Corp. Okay, P Corp, that's interesting. So that's the preservative one. If you pull up, like, Shelter from the 27th of March, you can see that it has, like, the P Corp logo in the background there, and, like, they have, like, food that lasts forever or something, so, like, preservative is what it seems to be. And if we pull up... Okay. So P Corp is where Don Canto's gonna be, which is, like, yeah, northern part of the city. That's very interesting. Yeah, it's like, it's basically the opposite side of the city that we're on right now. So we are heading to north next. Which is interesting. O is nearby, G is nearby, H is nearby. Making me think we're gonna do something like maybe like P to like O to G to N or something, right? We might genuinely go to N Corp from Urso's Canto at this rate. That's interesting. Maybe I should have pulled over the map or something, but it's good to know our destination. Got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but... Dante, please respond. There's... The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost unknown dimension? Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but... What? What happened? First things first. Oh, also this means that... Let's rewind and return to the start of the highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. Okay, this is gonna be the last... This is gonna be like the last cutscene we see the T Corp filter in for potentially a long time. So that's hype. Our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. We only know P Corp singularity-ish. We know the preservative type thing. We don't know anything about, like, the actual environment, though. Is P Corp gonna be, like, medieval Europe type shenanigans? Could be. Verily, I must have misheard thee! I'm certain you heard me right, Don Quixote. We are now en route to the T Corp warp train station. The warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there, indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Did a distortion pop up in one of the warp platforms or something? I see that you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs. But no. Dawn being like the most afraid of riding a warp train at first because of her warp ID being, you know, the big one is funny. We're boarding the warp train to get to P Corp, end of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. Did you say the P Corp thing already? He didn't say it yet, so this is the first time he mentioned P Corp. So Dawn wasn't reacting because of the P Corp thing. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective, dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train. Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but Since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful more often than not, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Though I have very dim, if present at all, recollection from the time during which I wear the identities. It can be determined from the conversation records between the manager and the identities that the mechanism behind Warp Train's operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh yeah, it's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long, long time, right? And when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories? I also heard that the passengers get so tired and weary that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. Yeah, she's happy about that. Of course. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identity's memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. That's good. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. Giving me, like, big, like, Angela vibes here, you know? Ruina Angela, like, making sure that you, like, manipulating the Avno pages and stuff to not, like, get to the librarians. Definitely similar stuff going on with the IDs. Specifically, use identities some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes shared with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but if Dante's willing to share the warp stuff with the rest of the sinners, like, have they talked about the K-Corp Thierry thing to them at all? Because none of them remember that. Or, like, have Dante or Heathcliff bothered to try bringing up Kathy at all? I don't know, some of the, like, the whole memory wipe stuff. Very hard to say for sure. How effective it would be, right? To, like, try and say stuff about it anyways. I had a bunch of W Corp IDs, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss. Your alarm response and possible incompliance have already been accounted for. Faust, then thou hast known this all along? Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of this? Faust has indeed known that this all along, as no knowledge is out of Faust's reach. As expected, a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared. I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train, so what is it? The bus. Oh, what about this bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a train car. Karen vetoes too. No one to feed Mephi when Karen's gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephistopheles will be safely fastened and transported. Is that going to be part of the issue? Right? Like, if there's people roaming, like, wreaking havoc on the train, first class at the very front, Mephi is going to be at the very back. We need to probably get there to make sure it's okay, right? Although I think the issue might just be that we're going to be in danger, if nothing else. I don't know, you'd really think it'd be impossible for the first class and the rest of the passengers to interact, but, you know, Puppeteer just tomfoolerized. It might have been thanks to Pluto, though, but I don't know, it really felt like Elena just kind of walked in and Jaehyun there. Jaehyun, I just don't know how to pronounce his name. I need to learn Korean pronunciation. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarmed response from earlier. First-class passengers? What, the seats for those pompous toffs? Even on normal trains, you've got those sods whose proudest accomplishment in life is planting their first-class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. Hey, don't look at me. I've never been in one of those first-class seats before either. Shh. Isn't a ticket for a single first-class seat, like, as expensive as 3-4 months' salary of a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle paying for all of our fares? Yes. Yeah, as simple as that. The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. I heard first-class passengers get some cool bonus stuff, like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is the promotional language, yes. They are flash-freeze hibernation capsules, to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to point B, triply over in the blink of an eye for the passengers. The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar yet welcome. We provide such extravagance merely for our comfort. Such occurrences quite seldom. Right. I saw that they were going to slip just the guide and Karen into the first-class seats and ship the rest of us in the economy cars. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to those seats. What was Roland and Angelica's first duo fight? Like, the first time they fought together was against Elena, right? Blood Red Knight. Because originally, Angelica, the Black Silence, was hired to work alongside Charles' office in order to take down Blood Red Knight. So, it resulted in Roland and Angelica. They probably fought some random things along the way, right? Like the weird zombies stuff that Elena was making, but Elena was like the main one. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Oh, I should have moved this. Don't know why I hadn't already. Whoops. There we go. Don't want it covering that. Cool. Right? I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I know you'd also be worried about. For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into a first-class car. If they can even attempt to open it, I mean. I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who'd been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. She's got to be, like, collecting brochures at this point. Like, she's got so many pamphlets. I'm sure everyone has access to them, but she's the only one that reads it. Real funny, because that means, like, even Merceau just does not care to read the pamphlets. And he, like, reads the news every day. Like... Or I guess Merceau might read it and just not say anything, because no one asks about it. But, like, I guess because Dante doesn't ask about it. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get into our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze through the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blows over. I heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances weren't in the gutter, and... Oh. A true adventure is not without its hardships. Yet, even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite, and in very rare occasions the hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint inn. Indeed, indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. Dawn didn't seem to have, like, an immediate reaction to the P-Corp part. She reacted to the warp part pretty heavily, but not the P-Corp part. But she might be maintaining her cool. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats. I will board the train if I must. Is first-class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Virgilius pretended to not hear Ryoshu's question. Very well. Then I assume that we are all in agreement. Let's go. I have a matter of great import to discuss with the... What is it? Out with it, lass. Beating around the bush ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. Yep, here's where she's like, did you say P-Corp by any chance? That is, in the first-class seats. I have heard tell that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth that claim hold water? Oh, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is this coming from this time? 'Tis no gossip, forsooth. I have overheard aught from those we have walked past here today, and... When one of them inquired, you know that you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man, what am I, stupid? Doth the traveler speak true, Ishmael? Don't ask me, I've never been on one of these before, either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. She's so attached to Rocinante. This is interesting. I mustn't be separate from Rocinante, not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante to the side next to such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. Oi, you little... That's why your shoe's raggedy. That's why your horse dead. I implore thee, O lustrous red gaze, prithee grant me thy permission and allow me to board with Rocinante. I expected Vergilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff, but this time he responded in a somewhat serious, if tainted by that familiar annoyance tone. Fine. Keep your shoes on. That's not good. There's a reason why they're not wearing shoes, I'm sure. The Northern Fixer. Assumably we're going to be meeting probably the Faust ID person. Might see some of the people, like, those multi-crack people, like, on the train, or on the platform before the train, right? This place is huge. Yeah, this is a cool-looking platform. Similar-ish in, like, aesthetic to the Warp ones, but with a very T-Corp twist on it, with all the gears and, like... It looks British, right? It looks like a British train station, which is exactly the vibe they go for in T-Corp. That was my first impression of the Warp train station. I do wonder if at the end of the event we'll see a decent chunk of the P-Corp stuff. Or if we'll have to wait till, like, we get, like, just mid-chapter type stuff. We'll see. Oh, so this is... Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them. I've got nothing. Oi, know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Merceau with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from the respective nest architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. So, does that mean... We don't really know where Molar... No, we know where Molar was, don't we? Weren't they in V-Corp? I'm pretty sure Molar mentioned V-Corp at some point in SEA, that being where their office was. Since they're like a little bit of a ways away but at Molar Boatworks, they don't really have a good way to get there. So does that mean the V-Corp one just looks super generic W-Corp-y? It'd be strange since V-Corp is the one from Leviathan that's got like the super like Italian like type aesthetic to it, so I don't know. Not fully sure. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Merceau like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Merceau! Young Merceau! Hello, is that passenger over yonder one from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominantly fashion trends, often visible in the outfits of the Western population. While Angelo's cloth-based style is something basically observed throughout the population north and south, they are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion, rather than among Western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lectures. What wisdom dost thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in loose-fitted outfits, understandably so given the colder climate of their region. So is she not from B-Corp? If she's so curious about it? Because, I mean, it's not like... I mean, Cantos 1, 2, and 4 weren't really in places relevant to the respective center. So it's 50-50 on how important the actual place is the center, or if it's just the people that more so matter. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. Ooh! Ah! This is definitely a named person. 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. I'm just sure she's pretending, or it's part of the other pretend. Yeah. We'll have to see. What's it? You nearly blew out my eardrums! You're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant in my eardrums. Man. Now get out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who've never even seen a warp train before. I take the train all the way here for an expedition, only to lose my target, and now these guys are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great. I love this. Yeah, so this is the other person who we saw on, like, the menu screen for this, right? The guy who I couldn't tell who he was from, because that was definitely the same mask. But guys, is it that obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? And the ticket fee came straight out of my pocket! Whoa. Watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those 4 arms around, each holding a weapon to boot. Prithee, wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes, yes, stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Ah, indeed. 'Tis grand, the city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. I guess the city really is full of people with full-body prosthetics. Yeah. Sinclair was thrown off by it, huh? That's when Virgiliously walked up to her group. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Huh? Will the illustrious Red Gears not ride alongside us? W Corps policy demands that those with the title of a color must board a train specially prepared for them instead. Oh, are you like riding the first class plus or something? That's a color for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter how he goes. Karen wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi'll be lonely. I already told you why you can't, Karen, on 3 separate occasions in which I bought you those multi-flavored candies. Humans are not allowed aboard the freight cars. Then, Miss Faust. Was there anything interesting Clusters ended? Yeah, there's been quite a bit of interesting stuff so far. We're taking the train to P Corp, we're taking first class seats, Mephi's in the freight train in the back, and Virgilius is going to be in the special colors only carriage. That sounds wrong. Color fixers, have their own, Yeah, because they're strong, they can't go into the generic passengers. That would be an issue for their cleanup people to deal with. I'll leave, Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karen away. Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance to our train car. Jeez. Whoa, hey, our colors are starting to come back. Oh. Hey, these must be the available complimentary food and drink of the first class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking, sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash? Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices... safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? Well, assumably it's like T-Corp freezing, not like cryo-freezing? I guess we'll see. A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by rapid cellular cryopreservation process. Okay, no, it is actually freezing you. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cell walls during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues. Faust is aware that this model has fully resolved cell wall breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change, or by ice crystal growths of hydrogen molecules. I missed about half what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Faust is aware, even if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their states as at the beginning of the train trip upon arrival, there won't be any lasting complications from the said problem. Oh, you've got some real talent in dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words. Seriously. Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Wait, there was something odd about the way she phrased that. As far as Faust is aware, or saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There is certain information in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said may not always align with the truth. Okay. They don't call first class for nothing, I guess. P-Corp's way up there in the northernmost corner of the city, but this thing will take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Hurrah! 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 Prithee, self Rocinante, thus begins the long jaunt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash those shoes? Where'd that come from, Roja? No, I mean, like, think back to when we were inside that whale. When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of its gross, slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah. And do you remember how much work it took us to clean our bloodied, fishy, fleshy, gunked clothing? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right. And do you also remember how Don Quixote never took her shoes off once during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. I ask thee, dear compatriots, has there ever wished ere knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed? Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know. Starting now, behold it, hearken to it, and remember it well. They never quiet down, do they? Whoa, have you been on one of these, Otis? I have been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back when. There's nothing to fuss over. Similar, but not that's actually... It's just similar grandiosity, but... Similar makes it sound like something other than Warp that would also have this. I don't know. Odyssey stuff, I'm sure. Her Odyssey must be insane, I'm sure. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked us a question. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred on one of these first-class cars, yes? In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred aboard warp trains will not be shared. Yeah, there was one pretty notable accident with the first-class seats. I would say it's not relevant, though. Who knows? Wait, what the Sigma? Beep. Oh, I think we're leaving soon. This is for warp train PW612. Bound for P-Corp, boarding. Period is ending soon. Okay, wait, you show Faust Kate after this? Sure. So, PW, so... Is that intentional because it's P-Corp? Because I'm now thinking about it. The one from Myrna was UW. So it might have been heading towards U-Corp from V to U, assumably. Would just be kind of next to each other, though, so that feels unnecessary, but I don't know. The sinners, who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car, suddenly became a lot busier. Then let us hurry and enter our capsules before it is too late. Oh no, why isn't this... The other sinners made it into their capsules no problem, but... I felt like I was the only one who's fumbling. Is it an anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back, and... We have 10 minutes. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, we can see Dawn, then Yisong, then Faust, then Honglu, then Ryoshu, I think. I think that's the order we can see them in. Yeah, that's definitely it. I guess I'm not sure on Ryoshu, but... Looks like Ryoshu-ish hair. Fifth one I can't tell, but yeah. Dawn, Yisong, Faust, Honglu, probably Ryoshu. Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. I had no idea then what she really meant by, we will meet again in but a moment. Dante, you must wake up. Dante. But one thing I knew for sure was, an inconceivable situation has occurred. That something had seriously gone wrong. Okay. That's always fun. Yeah, so Dante would have been the one there. You can see me there. More story. Cool. We'll pull up Faust real quick, though. She's pretty interesting. Skill 1 consumes 5 charge, gains 3 charge. Skill 2 spends 10 charge if you have at least 5 charge. So what you can do is you can... I don't know, it's weird. She really doesn't have a good enough way to gain charge. Well, she needs her skill 3 gives her between 12 and 18 charge, depending on your charge potency. Which is kind of insane, but her skill 2 and skill 1 both cost charge. Skill 1 repays some of it, but not that much. It's weird. I really need to use it to get a better sense of it, but yeah. The guy we saw who was having just random issues must have been this guy. Although it doesn't look like he's got forearms, so I don't know. Oh well, more story. You should say charge count or count instead. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard because there was no charge potency for the longest time, and now there is, so now there's an actual distinction. We're here already. Well, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which, I suppose, is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. Your skill 3 charge trainer and skill 2 is a nuke. Your skill 2 also spends all charge if you have an envy resonance going on, a 3 envy resonance. But otherwise it doesn't spend all the charge, but it gains a bunch of damage if it does. So there's an interesting thing there with saving a bunch of envy nuke skills for the same turn. No, we are not yet at our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again, and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So this train is still running? Yes. Then, where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just a part of the plan, right? Faust? Silence. That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're here already. Man, it really happens in the blink of an... No. Oh, what is this? We're here already. For real? It really happened in the blink of an... No. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Whoa, well, we're here already? I guess I really was worrying over nothing. No. Oh, no. Yet I have not uttered a single word. Just shut down Yisong immediately. There's a brief cheer, a little hurrah by raining in colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence. What are you doing, Gregor? What are you doing? He just woke up from his little sleep and he's currently pawing at me for attention. Come here. Come here. Good dog. Good boy. Good boy. What was I saying? Sequent events that I'd pleasure to watch play about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary. You want to sit in my lap, buddy? Come here. Come here. He's half asleep. He's got no idea what he's doing. Silly boy. And that brings us to the present. Let me get this right. This train is still running, and we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Oh, aught about that striketh me as quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew that this would happen, Faust? Yes. What the hell is wrong with you, huh? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. What, are you insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out that door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door will result in nearly immediate destruction of the physical body. But hey, Faust, at least you know what to do like you always do. You've got a plan. Right? Right? Faust, whom I had never seen at a loss for words, was having oddly long instances of silence. What's up with her? Faust looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something inconceivable's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication is harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're gonna go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. And... I doubt Faust had any ill intent in waking us up in the middle of the trip. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. In a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys? So yes, this was called, like, missing passengers or something, right? So, there's a murder on the Warp Express, right? There's been someone who's somehow managing to kill first-class people and make them completely disappear mid-warp train. Yeah? That's the murder on the Warp Express. And that's also the person that, because the multi-crack guy mentioned tracking someone and losing the lead on someone, so they might be tracking this, like, Dimension Hopper person. Whoever they might end up being. And so we've been hired to get on the warp train, get into the first-class thing, mid-train to see and figure out what's going on. That's my current guess. If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine. I suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything. Thank you, then. After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, and decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious, repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp. Based on the available information, it can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Also an issue, how long has the train been going at this point? We know Lovetown was like 2,000 years in, but like, how long does it take for it to get really bad? Will it be not as bad because of the point in time we are, or will it be, you know, at like the worst it can be? Passengers, spirited away. Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect of. Did W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Also, they mentioned first-class people also get their memories wiped at the end, don't they? Just for fun. I think that was said something about that. So, assumably, Dante's going to be the only one who remembers the stuff that's going to happen on this train. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with a W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete the rest of our journey as we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings, every single one of them has been absolutely barmy. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at T-Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh. I would have appreciated if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? Wait. Is it a Faust? Is a Faust the murderer? And therefore, a Faust who's like jumping between dimensions or something, and therefore Faust needed to be on the train to like prevent that Faust from getting this our Faust's knowledge? Is that what's happening? That is... But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time, I will take your inputs into account. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust has disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she is Faust after all. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we gotta rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust? I recommend that you lower your voice from this point onward, Dante. She's seeing us from our Faust. Yeah, so we needed to be on the train to sever her connection intentionally. If so, that's a funny bit. What? Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only served to exaggerate my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Gesellschaft, Faust, has been severed. So yeah, Gesellschaft is the Faust company. I'm sorry. What? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. So Gesellschaft, a rationally developed mechanistic type of social relationship of characters, but impersonal contract association between person... Also a community or socially characterized by this. Interesting. Let me look into this. Like, so, because I translated through Google Translate, but yeah, I should have. Yeah, social relations based on impersonal ties is due to society organization. Interesting. So it's a society where self-interest is the primary justification. That's interesting. Guess I was right to be anxious. Oh boy. We about to get to a fight, or are we having a fourth cutscene in a row? Okay, we are getting to a fight, cool. Blunt and envy, interesting. That makes enough sense. Oh, that's right. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna need to use a couple of boxes today. I realized this earlier. I kind of completely forgot to not spend my energy because it's been a little bit since the last mid-chapter. Alright, it's a chain battle. I forgot about that. Well, we bring these two, of course. What do we do here? We probably want to lean into the envy type stuff, right? You don't have envy, you don't have envy. We'd ideally have you in this position. I guess we could be funny and have you here. Sure. We'll get the backup units here. I don't have any plan to use them, but we could, I guess. That's cool. It's a little annoying to have to select all 12. That's fine. What do you mean you can't? I mean in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Take all the W. I could take all the W, but... Or the bonus about random something. Okay, it's 20% for each warp and dimension shredder thing before the event, and 40% for each, for the stuff that's from the event, aka, like the Otis Dimension Shredder and the multi-cracks. So, for example, Otis was 60% because she gets 20% from her Warp ID and 40% from her Dimension Shredder. Yisong was 40% because he has 20% from his Warp ID and 20% from his Dimension Shredder because his isn't a new one. It's a little weird. It caps at 120%, so, like, I am significantly overkill on how much of a reward I'm getting, and it's, you know, caps at 120%, so you really don't need all of this. You would have the egos, and then you'd have a decent chunk of the path of the way there. Oh, what if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time? One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. The cap is just lame IMO. I think it's good. I think I'd kind of hate having to bring, you know, 7 warp units, you know, every single fight to make the most of it. I don't know. I think the cap is good. And besides, it's kind of annoying anyways because it sure is rewarding people who have all the IDs and making the grind harder for people without a lot of IDs. This way you only need a couple IDs in order to get the full bonus, right? Then, Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment, I am limited to operating only with my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an identified dimension such as this, or even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not yet have been subject to cross-observation. Maybe the warp dimension, like, crosses between mirror worlds, right? You don't need the best bonus, though. Yeah, but it still would reward people who have... It still would give people, like, a straight-up buff for having far too many IDs compared to the people who are still new to the game. If that is not the case, then No, never mind. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright. For now. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my, clock, the sinners, and... Well, we've got Merso's encyclopedic knowledge, too. That should help us out. I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth, but that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And, to the sinners, the fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension. What, so wrecking this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all going to bite it once it opens. How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? A billion years in this box. Yeah. Good idea. So, what now? Do we have to take a searching sweep around each car, or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust clears the air with a cough before continuing. By A-Corp's standard timescale, Approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. Okay. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. Interesting. Are we sure that's going to work correctly, though? Because if it's 3 days, I'd assume they'd be in disarray, but, like, not complete anarchy yet. Because it really took, like... It took a few weeks for, like, UW212 to go completely haywire and ruin, alright? 3 days, huh? I feel like I just blinked, and I guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars. The part where they thrash out of one another, tearing their limbs off, all that mess. No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? It must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. Precisely. In my opinion, it is... Hold that thought for but a moment! Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. Dost thou hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay rapping, forsooth past this gate must be... As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. It is possible that there must be... Lady Faust? After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Whoa, hang on a minute. You're going to open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. That there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. Huh? My suggestion? Well, I ain't gonna disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? Bleep. After a brief mechanical beat, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly into our direction. Alright, first fight time. You know, it's only been an hour and 20. Bet that was looking at stuff and the shenanigans. Blood bag passenger. Their bleedy stuff. Yeah, that's definitely not normal for warp passengers, I don't think. So look at that. Super cool looking ID, that's for sure. I do think the mask looks a little dopey here. I think it looks good in the update. I think it looks good either way, but it's a little dopey. They have no SP. Yeah, they're already insane. That makes sense. We can take a look at some other things here. Do they have any tags? I don't think you can see tags. Okay, you can see tags in battle. They don't, though. They'll probably tag, like, mechanical amalgams, but they might not tag everything. Because mechanical amalgam's all that really matters. Well, we find you see KQE with one. Yeah, they are pretty Blood Fiend-esque. That's interesting. Passive, gain bleed every time this unit is hit. And turn and consume 3 bleed count itself to gain coagulated blood. Gain offense level equal to max. Is it permanent, I assume? It seems like it. Red targets bleed, turn and you feel 2 damage, gain fragile and offense level next turn. Turn results as damage. Yep. If targets bleed, heal 10% of damage dealt. Yeah, there should not be, like, Blood Fiend, like, creatures after 3 days. If it is Blood Fiend stuff, that is cool. Definitely kind of fits. The guy with the silhouette guy does seem Blood Fiendy thinking about it now, so could be that. I don't know. We're really not, you know, doing the best with like the blunt weak. Oh, I didn't look at resistances. How is it? Okay, yeah, so the coagulated blood is making them no, it's not that. It's the fragile that's making them, like, all bloody mist. Okay, blunt and envy weak, lust resist. That's very interesting. The fact that they've got sin resistances and stuff in the first place is very interesting, but, you know, if they are the byproduct of a distortion, it definitely checks out. I also didn't look if there's multiple waves for this fight. I wouldn't be surprised. Cool looking animations, that's for sure. And now Faust got her Mega Charge going on here. I guess the minimum of 11 if you didn't have any charge beforehand, yeah. Still pretty nice. I mean, she can use like a skill 2 or something here. She's only got skill 1. She can use 2 skill 1s, and then she can skill 1 again next turn, I guess. That works. Shame these guys resist lust. Okay, it's only 1 wave. This is just the first fight, I suppose. Makes enough sense. Yeah, you can spend charge to get the strong skill 1s. Fairly solid for skill 1s, that's for sure, when she spends the charge. She spends charge, of course, to do it, but she is gaining charge potency by spending charge. Count. And that's a victory, cool. Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers, verily, 'tis as though they were in complete want of sense, like people politified by the whale. Don Quixote hesitated until the last minute before raising her weapon to fight them. She hangs her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Huh, yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? The sinners were starting to feel that there's something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there is something wrong with Faust right now. Don Quixote. They are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? Oh-ho! It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust manages to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what did I say? We got this! Huh? What was that about? Nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time has ceased aboard a warp train, is it? Yi-san grew pensive. Seeing that, Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read on her. That was an unmistakable look of regret, no matter how short-lived. Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it is slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, Yi-san. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? But wow, Yi-san sure is a time expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're talking about it anyway? Gladly if you would allow me. Yi-san began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. And, can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate. Verily, this one's heart beats still. Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train, existence in a continuum of moratorium. Continuance. Forced they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life. I ill understand what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same. If their severed parts are all connected, and it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the professional W Corp cleanup agent has come to be. I see, because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of that word? Still, I guess it means that as long as the train arrives at the station, they'll all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. It is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some effort trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Dante. Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Indeed. I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you... Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are they distortions or abnormalities? Oh, yeah. I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that's for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable. An unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. If it is Blood Fiend stuff, Blood Fiends aren't distortions, they are something else, they're monsters of the city. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Pecatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then, I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know. Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There's no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me to do something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hands? Hi. Hello. Whew. Finally, the awakening has begun. Alright. Don't think it's like that, Ryoshu. Although I guess I don't know for sure. Didn't know it was today. Yeah, fun event's out now. Cool, we get some of these. Not a lot. Multi-kayak office, cool. Yeah, it seems like we're just gonna be like something in each of these, like, cars. That's cool. What's happened in the story so far? We're on the warp train in order to, like, find a mysterious killer who's been actually truly killing people and, like, deleting them from warp trains. So we're stuck on the warp train mid-transit now. And, Faust can't access any of the other Fausts, so she's, like, basically without her abundance of knowledge, so she's just trying to scramble. They seem like it's a blood fiend so far. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust. How do they delete someone? We don't know yet. That's the thing. We just know there's someone that's been, like... There's been people, like, straight up disappearing off of warp trains mid-transit. And Limbus has been hired to figure it out. We open the door next to the cabin only to be greeted by a loud commotion. Sounds like there are other survivors. Ah, passengers in danger! Worry not, for I have arrived to... Oh! Whoa, whoa, don't come any closer! Who are you guys? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. There's the Faust person. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Right, like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit disconcerting. Was a real executive train's going. We're heading to P Corp. Although, interestingly enough, Dawn didn't seem particularly interested in the whole P Corp thing, so she either isn't from there and it's going to be like a Canto 4 situation where it's going to be like not necessarily a place where they're from, or she's just maintaining her facade more, trying to pretend like it's not going to happen. We're not fully sure. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect those civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Ooh. Wanted to go to S Corp? Yeah, I did too. Sooner or later, I'm sure. Or at least M Corp, yeah. P Corp's gonna be cool, I'm sure. I wonder if it is gonna be the medieval Europe district. Would make sense. Would be funny. We don't know. We just know they're the corp that does the preservative stuff, and they made shelter from the 27th of March to some degree. Oh, you want to see what this old-timer's got left in him? Aha, thou art from the north, verily. Thy garb is that of northerners, no? This really ain't the time, lass. Anyways, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment. Nah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? Bloody hell are you talking about? Weird, you look completely lost. If you were in one of the economy cars, I'm sure you'd have seen... Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... I mean, our first class seat's supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? Name's Sasha. Multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contracts, but... Geez, can you believe that this train broke down? Is it even broken? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. Stinks of some shady stuff, if you ask me. You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body. Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby, drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So I made sure to get high-quality parts for him so I can still feel hungry and sleepy. Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet something else of note did go down. P-Corp could be based on the Peninsula where Spain and Portugal are. Could be. Wouldn't be surprised. Because here's the thing. We know S-Corp is like, kind of like feudal Korea type stuff. And for like the whole, there's like the whole like knight looking Heathcliff and like nun looking Kathy from the cutscene after the final fight of Canto 6, right? And one of the backgrounds that can flash is like a field with like a giant castle in the background. We thought it might be S-Corp. S-Corp might like pull from several things, but it's very possible it's P-Corp. We don't know. We'll have to see if we actually see much of P-Corp at the end of the mid-chapter. How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep swinging them if I want them to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Haven't a clue as to who they are. It doesn't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. Little suspicious that this car was vacant in the first place. 3201 red colors, 3202 red colors, unhinged passenger, yeah. You've decided to protect them despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. Finish it and... Yeah, good to hear. It's interesting. I've still got a ways before I finish it. I take my time, please. Oh! I just dropped my mic. Still leave me. Bonk. But of course, 'tis expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on him for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. Go past this car and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I'd wager that something went down there at one of the train cars in the back, and it spread like wildfire till it reached here. I see. And that's all I can tell you about the situation. So, what's your story? Why do you rich first-class folks decide to suddenly grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happened here could have made it to your swanky first-class car, so what's your business down here? W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are... fixers! Indeed. Fixers. Russ wore a look of reluctant acceptance as she affirmed Don Quixote's declaration. Because we're not really fixers, is kind of like the big thing. We're working for Limbus, which isn't really a fixer office to some degree. I guess it would classify as a syndicate if anything, but not really. It feels like it would fall under, neither. So it's a company, right? We aren't fixers, yeah, we're not. Decent chance some of the sinners were fixers before Limbus. Like, we know Ishmael was, grade 9 fixer, because, that's part of being a whaler. You get a grade 9 fixer license. But Limbus itself aren't technically considered fixers. Yeah, it is just a company. Huh. They got every single one of you a first-class ticket. Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a second. So W Corp already knew that this would happen? But, are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust you. As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those oofy boys either. Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corp. This is the master keycard given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master keycard from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. A keycard? So you use this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see. W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, I guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got out of our way, then with one of her free hands pointed toward the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. Or your victory lap if you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to y'all. I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocent in my stead. Big sis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Oh? As we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Aye, forsooth. Whoa, are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again, thou mayst know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Whoa, I want to be a fixer too, just like you. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter, and... Worry not thyself, 'tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer of thyself, little squire. 'Tis fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured that child's survival. What you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet, sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something, or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said. Didn't know you could be like that, Faust. Be like what? You knew there was no way the fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill, but you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway. Am I right? It's like one of these situations where Faust's like, oh yeah, just rolls with everything. It's pretty funny. Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote has always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Faust strode towards Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. Oh, is Faust gonna ask the question of the color of the eyes of the things? Because blood fiends have red eyes, inevitably. It'll be 30k per inquiry. That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that, once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to a particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp? Whoa! You serious? Well then, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red by any chance? Yep. Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered, I don't know? It was a pretty hectic battle in a narrow hallway, so I didn't have the wherewithal to get a good look at their eyes. Your eyes are kind of red too, but not like the piercing red of a blood fiend, more so like a casual red. Is it something important? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger over there's got red eyes. Oh, you there. That lady with the big sword's also got red eyes. Yeah, so that's a prosthetic, so not necessarily a real eye. What, is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No, well, it was a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Gah. It's just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Oh, a hell screen. Ryoshi was so pumped. She's like, yeah! Hell, let's go. We love hell. Oh, lunacy, cool. Painting of hell, yeah. Ryoshu's so happy. I'm not changing the team. I'm just gonna keep on rolling with this, I think. I'll change the team once we get Heathcliff, of course. More of the same. These guys are... yeah, more of the same. Only one wave. Which is kind of interesting. God. The background is a little fleshy. There's a little bit of flesh. It happens, right? You got Rift Dimension over. You should probably save that, huh? Yeah. Fine. Well, you've got your charge gain immediately, so that'll be just 11 charge for free. Whoa, chain battles. Yeah, they mentioned this in the live stream, but from now on, chain battles are the norm, I'm pretty sure. So you just gotta assume that everything's gonna be a chain battle. It's gonna be like the new normal thing going forwards. Kind of wacky, but it's cool. You can't actually because you're gonna not have enough charge. You'll lose some HP to do that, that's fine. We get a Rip Dimension. We kind of just want more charge, that's the thing. We really just gotta build up charge on everyone. I keep on meaning I need to throw a teleport on Faust. I keep on forgetting to do that, but it would be nice. Good damage there, though, that's nice. This enemy should be fairly dead. You're out of charge, though, so yeah. That's really your big issue. Outside of Mirror Dungeon, it seems near impossible to maintain your charge. A little unfortunate. But in the hard content match, because having pretty much 12 lives during battle quit trying. Yeah, they mentioned it how, I think Kim Ji-yoon mentioned that, like, part of the reasoning is, like, they want to make more unforgiving stuff. Like, they want to have attacks that are going to, like, kill you and are hard to deal with and stuff. And just allow you to get around it so you can actually see the cool animations and stuff. They definitely are going to play it around in the future, but, like, they're not going to be changing previous stuff to chain battles or anything, right? Not going to, like, retroactively make things chain battles. Although I'm sure Mirror Dungeon 5 is going to be chain battles if this does continue the way it's already going. Okay, I should be able to kill this guy. Faust animations are cool. It's just, she's just a charge ID that seems to just be pretty bad with charge. Like, looking at this logically, right? Oh yeah, we can see this stuff here. That's cool. Like, there's no charge gain on the skill 2, and the skill 2 costs at least 5 charge gain to use properly, ideally 10, but at least 5. But your skill 1 is only 3 charge count. She's so reliant on her skill 3 They tried making a charge unit that isn't reliant on skill 3 for damage, but they've made a charge unit that's even more reliant on the skill 3 in the process, needing to use the skill 3 to set up instead. Which is an interesting idea. I think it could work if you had, like, discard or something, maybe, if you had a way to reasonably get your skill 3 a little bit more consistently. I don't know. Once again, Mirror Dungeon is going to be easy to use her because you'll have so much charge, but outside of that, it seems kind of rough. Cool. We're just gonna get to do some normal fights without any cutscenes for a little bit, it seems. Fine with me. 3 enemy types? There's a new enemy type here? Save your enemy skill for big damage for, by the way. Yeah. Because envy res, spend more charge, that sort of thing. 2 waves? Nope. It's just a new identical one of these guys? Okay. They've got Craving, Violent, Violent. There's only 2 types of enemies here. Why was it showing there being 3? I don't know. Who knows? Oh well, I'm not that concerned. No support strategies, so that'll help. Yeah. And I think she's super reliant on killing, I think, right? On kill, gain charge count equal to charge potency plus 2. Enemies are in chain battle mode too, yeah. That sure is true. Well, we just gonna want to go envy res turn. I don't really have enough charge to warrant it. We'll do it next turn. Do all the non-envy res stuff this turn. Next turn we should be able to do funny envy shenanigans. Maybe we shouldn't have energy currented now, but I don't think it'll be that great for us next turn. Do some damage to this guy. That'll be good. Get so much charge gain going on here. If Faust can just get a kill, that would be nice. But I don't know. I think if the enemies are in chain battle, no, they really need some sort of indicator, right? Because if there's not an indicator, then it's just kind of a little rough, I'd say. You don't have enough charge to make good use of that. You're never gonna have enough charge to make good use of that, though. That's how it goes. We're just going big envy resonance just kind of for fun. Maybe I should have telepole. I actually don't think I've got telepole equipped. I might. I don't know. I need to throw on both telepoles. Both, you know, the good telepoles, right? We're not running Heath on the team anyways, but we're not going to be running Heath telepole because if you want to charge, you go for Heathcliff. You've got ADD, which is just kind of better for it. But do some good damage, get some kills. Yeah, 14 Sandy moment. That was 3 tails. Telepole also is a really good passive. Heath's telepole? I know Faust telepole is a really good passive. I don't remember what Heath telepole passive is. Heathcliff telepole. I'm looking away from the screen so someone explodes. Whoopsie. Defeating an enemy gain charge by half that turns out. Okay, yeah, no, Heath's telepole is bad. But yeah, no, Faust's telepole is a really good passive, just making her stuff cost less. It seems like this idea is going to be completely reliant on it, which is really interesting, because that means it's an Okay, we win those, apparently. Cool. That means it's an ID that actively doesn't want Fluid Sac, which is a good design. That's for sure. We've seen plenty of Fluid Sac already. Boomres for fun. Why aren't you running Heathcliff? I don't have him yet. You buy him from the event ID, from the event currency, remember? So I need to build up the event currency by clearing the stages. I would be running him if I could, but I'll probably need to do like a couple fights before I can. He's like, what, 500 of the currency, is it? So it'll probably be close to the end of the chapter. I guess like probably like 2/3 through or something before I can get him. We'll see when exactly I get him. Don't remember because you just started the download. Yeah. Fair enough. Don't even think Fluid Sac is anything more than a crutch. Yeah. I agree. I'd much rather something like Pursuance for healing. But, like, it's just undeniably stupid strong with both healing and SP healing for the entire team. Like, it's insane. Battling in Near Hollow really takes a lot out of you. Too bad. Making big movements when there's not a lot of room to move around and takes more energy than you might think. Especially for people like us who use longer weapons. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear down the sinners. What are these things, Faust? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are... What do you think those entities are? Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? That keeps on walking into the perfect excuses thanks to the sinners. Yeah, it's a funny bit. Of course, Faust did not confirm the nice question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her signs in his own fashion. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us they're an obstacle. It's not why they're attacking us. Quite. It's apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in a desperate quest of it. Right. That's strange, though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. It could be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offenses were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes, and? Was there anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah, I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of. Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has all been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from all that? We are in luck, Dante. I have read upon the subject of Tanner reporting information regarding an assassination moments before we boarded the train. While that will be a useful element in resolving the situation, the sinners have also been a good source of intelligence when categorizing and having important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beating out of whatever is in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract, and provide us with the possible meaning of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is of high likelihood that the entity behind the incidents on this train, and by extension, every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. There we go. Also, I want to highlight one of those lines she just said, because I find it interesting. Some transit will prove information for our next destination. So potentially, are blood fiends a big thing in P Corp? Interesting if so. So what that line seems to entail.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만 여러분의 노력도
cool.
나쁘지 않았어요.
Blood fiends, and it's gonna be more similar fights. Are those different silhouettes? They actually are, aren't they? Oh, we're gonna fight cleanup people. That's cool. No, why was there 3? Was it 3? I guess it was. I missed that. Shh. Don't actually believe the Dawn Blood thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. Because that was a theory a while back, and I thought it had its... It's the kind of thing where it's like a crack theory that definitely has a strange amount of merit to it. I'm still ways away. At least this one's 50 things, so it'll be better. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of wings is that? Huh. You of all people haven't heard about blood fiends. Thought you were a team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine article slip from my memory. No way you don't know what blood fiends are. There's not a chance whatsoever. Yeah, this is like one of the biggest tells because like think about it, like she idolizes all the colors and stuff. I'm sure she's a huge Black Silence fan. And like the Black Silence like doing an epic like fight against like some like giant like monster Star of the City blood fiend. Like they're so fake. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the words sounded alien to her. Thought they were just monsters and stories that scare children in the night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and what they're really afraid of is water. I assume this is a cultural joke? Is that like a Chinese depiction of vampires? I've been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past, when I served as a commanding officer, and I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. The Chinese person, no, okay. It might be a reference to some random myth then, I don't know. I've seen one who called themselves a blood fiend among the rivers. Some folks say they can't cross water. Oh yeah, that's right, that is a thing. Because, you know, flowing water is like holy or something. They can't cross flowing water. Maybe a reference to that then. Vampires are super interesting because of the evolution of a lot of like the things of them. It's very interesting. Like how, you know, the whole thing about them not being able to see themselves in mirrors is because mirrors used to contain silver. Now they don't, though, so vampires, a lot, like, that entire, like, thing doesn't make sense anymore. It's interesting. Everyone's calling themselves blood among the fingers. I've seen one who called themselves a blood fiend among the fingers, but the things that the blood fiend commanded weren't, like, these rubber textured ones. Huh. That's interesting. Is it like pinky? It's just a blood fiend casually among the fingers. I mean, thinking about it, like, I can't imagine, like, index or thumb or even middle having a blood theme. Maybe ring, but most likely pinky, which we still don't know a lot about. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I see that some listeners may have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary. As many of you say this far, the entities we face in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are dreg-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I'm aware of. Huh, not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bags? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains upon normal circumstances. Though our reservoir of intelligence regarding the warp trains of W Corp is vast, if incomplete, we could not find a possible exception to the above rule. Water break. Important to stay hydrated when you're talking so much. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I've discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for a formulation of a new hypothesis. Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved? No matter the degree of violence the passenger may indulge in, no matter how severe the damage may be, the warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of the word, violence involves cannibalization, of course. Ugh. However, as the passengers' collective time itself is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructed. If they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed-up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together via the vein-like things connecting each individual. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges upon supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion's not a thing while we're on the train? If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is a culmination and entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purpose of existence. Then it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process that is isolated from other biological processes such as digestion. What? I ain't following even half of that. You exist in moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff, yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy, they continue to spark within you. Huh? Well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration, or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction, it can be said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation. The passengers' will to persist, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive. Do they not all gently atrophy into non-existence, even amidst the ceased time? This vow seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Gotcha. So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate. It means they can't be pieced back together. But speaking more cryptically than normal, it's because I think it's because she's trying to come up with what she's saying on the fly, based on deductions and the like. Because she can't access all the other Fausts for just an answer, just snap like that. She was kind of stumbling around a little bit more. But the sinners are pretty fine with it, because they're just taking it as like, oh, Faust is trying to help us, I was trying to get us to solve it, not her, wow. And they all clap. There is no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them, either. I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Yi-sung was the first to break the silence. Could it be said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they... That information is inaccessible at the moment. Did Faust not tell them? They've got no clue, yeah. Dante knows, but none of the other sinners know that Faust does not have access to information. So Faust's just been like trying to roll with it, and it's been working pretty well. The sinners keep on giving her opportunities to like get out of it, being like, "Oh, you're trying to like get us to like solve it ourselves. Yeah, wow, you're so smart, Faust. Oh, you just said it like that to not hurt Don's feelings. Wow." So on and so forth. Faust replies, avoiding Yi-sung's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out, and that's something Faust and I both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Ah, indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. Indeed. In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train. Indeed, if we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the blood fiend. Very well, I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the soul of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hand. Dante. It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinners seemed satisfied now that we have a clear sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward, for now. Yep, passenger time. Or not passenger, employee time. Yep, you've got charge, of course. Feral blood bag cleanup agent. These guys are marked as W Corp, so that's cool. So maybe they have done that to like all enemies that's relevant and stuff. It's the same passives for these three, these ones I believe mostly. When hit, if the attacker uses skill gene's charge, the attacker steals 1 charge count from this unit, once per skill. Okay, so we can gain charge from stealing from these guys. Self-inflict damage does not use HP below 1. Okay, cool. So we want you to build up charge so we can steal your charge. Alright. I'm hearing some good things about the story so far. I haven't gotten far enough to see exactly what's going to go on, but I'm definitely looking forward to whatever it is that people are so shocked by. I'm like, what, halfway through at this point? It'll probably be another hour or two. Yeah, that checks out. You'll like it. I'm sure I will. I'm excited to see just what direction it goes in. There's a lot of directions it could go. Is this 2 waves? No. Is it chain battles that I'm not knowing? Enemies here are actually something like that one same faction Eogif now? Yeah. They could for some enemies. It's a level 3 agent because they don't have the lance. How are we doing charge? Not like great, but we could send it for funsies. You're struggling. You're going to struggle. I hate to say it, but like Mort Merso, he's here for the ride, right? He may struggle, and that's an outcome we're fine with. Yeah, a little bit of charge there. That's very nice. Means that this skill too is gonna do. I mean, it's gonna do well, but like it did just still kill instantly, so it didn't matter that much, huh? Steel charge from this guy, excellent. Love to see it. TDDR. When you're starting skill, you're gonna lose the clash. Merso gets slash protection from his skill 1. He'll be fine. I don't even know if he's hit by a slash tag. I assume these guys are mostly slash. I don't know, but like, you know, we gotta make use of the 2 slash projection skill 1 somehow. In any way we can. You can dodge, yeah. I'll let you avoid the attack, fine, I'll be nice. More of the, yeah, cool. It definitely is a chain battle, but I'm like, I'm not paying enough attention to notice when units spawn and despawn, I think. Which is kind of bad. They really need to have like a little like UI indicator, like 3 more in the back or something like that, right? I didn't check if these guys have different resistances. They might. Maybe they're like pierce resist or something. I don't know. I think quite a bit of the warp IDs are weak to blunt, so it is fitting in that front. And they resist like slash piercy type stuff. Oh yeah, it looks like pierce resist. Okay, so the warp guys are pierce resist. Makes sense. Okay, yeah, more. God. They really need to have some visuals for chain battles, though, because it really feels like I'm going insane, and I'm like, wait, there's still enemies left, when, like... That's just how it is. We can chains of others here for fun. Why not? It gives Merso something to do, right? I still keep on forgetting to change egos. I really need to remember. You guys already like weak and stuff. This is staggering this guy. Just because he's like already significantly below stagger threshold. It is cool how they like standardized it that self-damage doesn't stagger you. That was an issue. Like I know that happened for like Crota or Blossom Star a couple times to me, which is always unfortunate. It could happen from like a bad rip space or DDDR. There we go, that's our victory. We need to grab the telepoles, though, because we can definitely fuel them pretty well with this team, and they help out a lot. Faust especially.
생각보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요.
The
저와
cleanup
파우스트의
agent.
뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만
Oh, interesting. There's like one guy here.
나쁘지 않았어요.
Oh, but like this guy's got a half blue, half red aura, so there's someone who's in the process of being turned, maybe? And maybe we can save them. Get your teleport. Your teleport is equipped. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't bother checking. I can like corrode or teleport something, just give everyone a bunch of charge and fragile and rupture for funsies. Okay. Hungering.
친구들은 상관없어요.
It's just more of the same, assumably. Oh, you've got your skill 3 immediately. That's nice to see. And then, so for teleport, we need 1 Wrath, 3 Lust, 2 Envy. Just doable. Might take a few turns, but that's definitely something that we can achieve in time.
출력 최대치. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
Okay.
참고로
Nice heads.
이별 발린 말과를 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Okay. Ryoshu's having a little bit of issues, but you know, Ragnam's score is doing nicely for us.
능력 평가? 양호.
It's certainly something. Oh, you can do a little bit of this. Make sure we get some lust. Yeah, we don't have Wrath on this team, huh? I kind of completely forgot about that. We really need Heath on this team so that we can act, because we can't use either teleport without Wrath. Also, I'll be back in a minute. I'll just let the combat go while I do something real quick.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠? 조금씩 나아가고 있네요. 계속 힘내주세요.
There we go. Okay. Assumably nothing went horribly wrong. Well, I stepped away for a second, because what are the odds something would go horribly wrong? Do we rip space to the guy at 64 HP? Yeah, I think we do. I think I, like, contractually need to. Like, does this guy deserve it? Probably. He's, like, dead already, so, like... Probably means he deserves it based on that alone. W. Hong Lu's Wrath. Yeah, I know. I could throw him on the team, or I could just wait till I get Heath, though.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요. 계속 힘내주세요.
I guess I could also purposely kill someone on my team. Simply for the sake of, getting... I think Hong is probably, like, not even high in the chain. W. Hong Lu is better than Merceau. He doesn't... Warp Hong Lu doesn't have Envy, though, and that's kind of what I'm trying to go for here. Like the Envy synergy, since that's also a big part of this, of these new units.
출력 최대치. 처리했습니다.
Unless, you know, want me to pull out Soda when, you know, need be. I don't really have any intention to bring up Ad Hong Lu to the team. I'll probably bench Merceau for, Heath when I get him, though. Which should be... like 2-3 fights away? If I had to guess, somewhere within that range. Should be pretty close. I'd hope, at least. Can you do that? Yeah, you sure can. Otherwise, we don't have a lot of options, that's fine. Yeah, a little bit of DDDRing. Also, am I going insane, but are the red flashes new? When you, like, use, like, a warp skill 3. It's, like, doing the red flashes at the end, assuming because I'm not spending enough charge.
승객 무력 확인. 제압 완료. 승객 보건 지원 준비.
I don't know. My manager, Squire, halt! Be with this poor fellow, he lives still! I think that's just for the intervala. Okay. Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. No, no, stay away from me, you monsters! Hey man, we're not those monsters. You alright? Huh? That arm, you're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. What? No, this is... Gregor stumbled for words before chuckling and casting his gaze towards the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise there, I guess. Suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm's a monster, a prosthetic, or whatnot. It is possible that you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. A prosthetic. That's a relief. I thought those crazy guys were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. So, what are the W Corp employees doing aboard this train? You're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there, and... God. I can't imagine how it would be if we just see, like a blood-fiended, like, Rose or something. This cannot be! Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags? My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust. In too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. There's also, that was only half of the CG, so the other half is probably him fully mutating or something. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omnipresent omniscience because I could always trust in it to be there for us. I'm starting to realize that I don't have the means to consider and make my own decisions at moments like these. No, maybe I was too reliant on everyone else. When the time comes for them to rely on me, when they can no longer function as they usually do for whatever reason, can I really manage them well, lead them to the right answers? Is this like a golden bow unlock cutscene? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like a dark plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever. They made good use of this space, and the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open. Oh, what in the name of wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most feared by the blood fiends. That holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first-class car, but why would that thing be here? The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Finally. What is it that thou seekest to do? David prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily, then... Good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone. There he goes. He has departed the scene. How many times can you just say, there he goes? God. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. So true, Dante. Dante. You must keep on keeping on, Dante.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요.
Good stuff. Good chunk of those.
파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이죠.
70 for this one. Okay, yeah, I think this one should be good. Oh, and then Sasha's been turned, hasn't she? Not this fight, but the fight after this, it looks like we're gonna have to deal with Sasha. And, simple to say that I don't think she's doing too well. Okay, just a normal fight though. Cool. Simple enough. Cool, you can get that going immediately. Nice to see. Build up your charge. Nice 11 charts. You can do a funny skill 2 next turn, right?
출력 최대치. 공격 능력 평가. 양호하.
제대로 꽂혔는데.
걸려라.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
And you can get a strong one of these off then, so that's cool. Do a bunch of damage to that guy. You're gonna fail your clash, yeah. I've accepted it, you know. Running Warp Merceau just for the fun of it, honestly. He's gonna be doing pretty poorly. And that's okay, we love him for it. He's doing his best.
제대로 찝었군.
His best is pretty sad. Kind of undeniably. But you know, it's his best. If we could just use Regret, maybe it'd be a little stronger, I don't know.
제압 완료.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠.
Eh. Yeah, it's more of the same. I'm just checking every once in a while, making sure I'm not, you know, just missing something crucial. So that would be a very me move. We can rift space this guy who's going to be... who's already low HP. Okay. We're gonna rift space the guy with 11 HP. Never mind. We're gonna rift space the guy with 3 HP. Okay, cool. First, we're gonna send advantage to that. This is he gets charged from being beaten up. Oh yeah, that's true. I keep on forgetting about that.
출력 최대치.
I see something really dangerous to WH, and especially the L3 and no joke. Yeah.
무력화. 확인.
참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
하나 눕혔네.
More reinforcements. I wish I knew how many there. I guess it's kind of cool that there didn't. I wish there was at least an indicator saying that there were more incoming, though, right? Even if it didn't tell me how many. I know. I'm definitely doing the whole broken record thing where I just keep on saying like it sure would be nice if they had some sort of indicator, but it's because it sure would be nice if there was some sort of indicator. Oh, Faust has been staggered. That's not good. Oh, Rodan has been staggered. That's not good. We've taken a few too many gambles for our own good, I suppose. That's okay. I'm not too concerned. So far, these guys don't seem too hard.
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 다음은 어디요?
I could also use the Odyssey going in one of these fights. I'll wait for a good time to use it. Good Envy Resonance turn.
너희 중에 부상 인원이 생긴
And it feels like a
공세에서
bad move to just have her do anything, though. They can clash everything. That's good.
단숨에 정리.
I guess the real annoying thing about chain battles is it does mean you can't just be like, oh, can I just solo this? No, you just don't have that option, which is kind of lame. God, if next Mirror Dungeon you physically can't like solo, you're forced to chain everything, it's gonna be so lame. You're gonna need to purposely kill off 11 sinners each time you want to go for a solo.
결국
I guess that's my big issue with
잘 들어. 아픈 거 생각하지 말고 저 새끼 죽은 다음만 생각해.
big issue with chain battles. It should be an option, right? You should just be able to solo if you want to. Do chain battles, but revert it back to like previous Mirror Dungeon, but you chose how many sinners to bring in the first place, so you could just go away with solos.
맘.
I don't know.
다음은 어디요? 적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
Using Red Up Wall to how amazing Rhino Assault Cinders is with electric screaming. Yeah. That's cool. Electric Screaming's got a Regret's really good. Fair enough, I don't really use Regret that much.
보고서는 내가 작성해 둘 테니.
It's right in the maximum mechanic I bring up to 1280s, yeah. Okay, well, we have our rewards now, so we can get Heath.
이야, 시간 한번 더럽게 잘 가네.
So true. What else do they have here? I didn't really look at it too much. Yes, just the standard stuff. I don't remember, but it's probably the exact same numbers as like the last event or last multiple events for all I know.
먼저 들어가시.
Oh yeah, I can claim I can claim some boxes, riveting stuff. Well, we can read the Heath update story and stuff. Let's see, what's his quote? Something about having a blink helps stall if you're in combat, I suppose. Prosthetic body.
먼저 들어가셔도 괜찮습니다, 관리자님. 저는 오늘도 막.
I almost modulated in Catwoman, but I managed to prevent myself from doing it last second. Ooh. Oh, yeah, that's right. There you are. Throw on ADD. Throw on Yes and Yada, because it's better than teleport. Make an amalgam, fix their multi-crack, yeah. We've got enough to be able to do this pretty easily. Got a lot of ticket 3s at this point, which is funny. But it's so funny how these exist. I don't know. You can get one of them from, like, the anniversary, like, bundle. Oh, hey, this one's dead. Really, did you seriously kick the bucket from getting a few holes punctured on your torso? Yeah, well, people die, Heathcliff. Hate to break it to you. Oof. Heathcliff! It is one peaceful afternoon. The child slowly turns his head to the side at the voice calling his name. He has been staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. Heathcliff, come on, are you planning to zone out for the rest of the day, too? It's lunch already. It's only lunch. Bloody hell, mate. What a slow day. The office filled with amused laughter as the child begins pulling his hair with all 4 of his hands. Maybe the laughter made the child feel a bit self-conscious. He quickly attempted to change the subject. So, what is it? Why did you call me? We're going out for lunch at Ham Pong Pong, just around the corner. You coming with? Weird, there's no ego tag on Spice Bush, right? There wasn't. Is there an ego tag? It's probably only on, like, it probably means Lobcorp ego, then. If there is an ego tag. Because Manifested Ego and Lobcorp Ego is slightly different, right? The Spice Bushes are only, like, Manifested Ego ID, so I guess it doesn't have a tag of its own yet. We'll see. We still don't know if Earl King was Ego or not, right? Like, it's really not made very clear why Earl King could do all that sort of stuff. Like, I don't know, it didn't seem particularly distortion-y, but it also didn't seem particularly ego. I don't know, I think it could go either way for Earl King. We have to figure out which district Ham Pong Pong is in. It seems like it's in every single district. It's like a widespread thing at this point. We've physically seen one in, well, Earl King's just a really, really strong identity. Yeah, he's just like trained really hard to be able to summon a ghost horse, you know, it's a headless ghost horse, and to be able to summon zombies from all sorts of mirror roles. He just trained really hard. He has a stand. Oh yeah, that's probably it. Nah, I ain't going. Enjoy your lunches, lads. Ham Paintings the McDonald's of the city, yeah. Pretty much. Huh? Really? I thought you loved fish and chips, their new seasonal menu. I've seen you go for that every lunch for a while. I ain't hungry. Oh, don't tell me. Did you replace your digestive tract with a prosthetic, too? Ugh, I could never bring myself to do that. Oi, that ain't it either. Yeah? He raises his voice in a burst of frustration before dousing it with a heavy sigh. I've a lot on my mind today, that's all. Well, then, give us a call if you change your mind. I don't mind picking one up to go for you. The co-workers left the building, leaving the child all on his own. With no one left inside the building other than the child himself, the room was completely silent save for the sound of ticking clock hands. No noise of tapping on typewriters, calculators, or even pens scratching against the paper. Okay, are we gonna get redacted mention? No, ain't that a bother. Maybe I should have left my eardrums intact. Also, I haven't taken a good look. Does he have the ring? I can't tell. Which hand is it on? I actually don't. He absently minded rubbed his ears, which had been replaced recently with a prosthetic. Then he went back to staring blankly at the ceiling. The child's been having funny thoughts as of late. It ain't there anymore. The fun of battle, it's gone. Violence was an old friend of the child ever since his Backstreet days, but it's never felt this dull. Good singular strike used to make him laugh with exhilaration. Facing down a powerful enemy used to make his competitive spirit burn brightly, even as he grumbled. Of course, when he cooled from the heat of battle, he'd go back to his usual self, thinking things that an average person might think, not wanting to go as far as to kill someone, for example. Or maybe that he'd gone a punch too far. But he's been getting less and less of those thoughts as of late. Same was true for the day he participated in a contract expedition. You crazy son of a... You almost lost your arm just there. Yeah, whatever, mate. I'll just replace it if that happens. Boss lady's got dozens of backup arms at the ready. You must have lost your mind. The child was, as per the terms of the contract, battling a syndicate of the backstreets. Some among them were using prosthetics as well, but most of them had them installed at workshops of dodgy quality, and there weren't that many of them anyway. Most syndicates' henchmen reacted with the same horror as they faced the child. Attacks that other fixers would back away from, the kind of sweeping attacks that would help make room for them to momentarily regroup. You daft, keep stabbing my arm and you won't ever hit my circuitry where it matters. None of them even fazed the child. Instead, he gladly took the hit and continued to advance closer to his enemies. A destroyed arm, a punctured shoulder, none of that was that critical. He could simply replace them within minutes. The child, a fixer with prosthetics, did not care no matter how much damage he took as long as he had enough cash. The battle was easy, of course. The child was bored. Even after a grueling battle, all he could think was, oh, we won. Even as he stabbed his enemies forcefully with his spear, all he could think was, oh, there he goes. What's the line? There it goes. There it goes. That's like the Slaughterhouse 5 line, right? That bit. The fact that none of the violence inspired anything other than the simplest, most surface-level observations was mind-numbingly boring to him. Still zoning out, Heathcliff. The child snapped out of his dry reminiscence of the exorcism his coworker called over to him. The child ought to thank his coworker so kindly for bringing him a sandwich, but he looked down, noticing his coworker wildly swinging all four of his arms while pointing at the table. He'd spilled his coffee cup all over the table, drenching the report he spent the morning writing. Oh, this goof. This goofball. Huh, did I spill that? Who else, man? How should I know? I don't feel heat. Okay, but isn't that report due today? How are you so okay with losing your entire morning's work? Kraken, more things to wake my afternoon time on. But the child's face was contorted into a frown. Seeing that, the coworker quickly pushed the child away from the desk, swiftly cleaned up any surviving documents, removed the cup, and wiped down the table. All that task was rather quickly and competently done, once all four arms of the coworker got to work, and only when the table was squeaky clean did he return to his seat. The child watched all of it in flabbergasted silence, let out a hollow chuckle, and then leaned back in his chair. Ha! Maybe I should quit. An utterance full of emptiness. He's been spending days upon days sitting in the office, save for the days when they'd go work on a contract. He'd only planned to work here for a little while before quitting, but he's been unable to bring himself to get to the last part of this plan. Where else would I work or go? What a bother. The multi-crack office, which was composed only of fixers with prosthetics, was a comfortable space for the child. Spilling hot coffee at someone was no big deal here. He could also hold conversations about replacing his arms and legs without making things awkward. Maybe it was that sense of camaraderie within this group that made him feel awkward every time he left the premises of the building. Grabbing piping hot items without hesitation, walking for hours upon hours without ever getting tired. It was those little things, those minor details that have been making the child feel a sense of alienation ever since he replaced most of his body with prosthetic parts. Well, I suppose I ain't going anywhere without my family. Wonder if we'll pick up any interesting contracts today. Waiting and waiting for a small pebble to make the tiniest ripple in his tedious, uneventful life Child looked back up at the ever so familiar ceiling. Days rolling, clicking by like cogs in a machine. The child was merely growing used to that kind of life. The life in the city. What an oddly dreary Updike story. He's just not content with his life. And like that's it. That's the punchline. Pretty sad. Let's look at oh oops. I was about to say let's look at the coffee. What a buffoon. Also that portrait that's very conveniently not facing towards us. I wonder if that portrait's blank but used to have something on it. Yeah, could do 5 charge, gain 1 power, 2 charge, 2 charge. Okay, just better than Faust skill 1 just because it's, well, it's not as much coin power, but it's 5 charge count, gain 4 charge. Already a lot easier. Consume that to, so that's the exact same. Inflict defense level down, inflicts defense level down, like photoelectricity equal to charge. Max value 3, when units hit, dagger gain charge equal to the value. Is it next turn or is it no? It's same turn though, so he needs to be faster. Attacker is 5. Minus charge count, they gain 3 additional charge count. Okay. Once per skill, I see. It seems pretty solid, right? On your skill 3, gain 7 charge count, gain charge times charge potence. Is it normal? 1 charge every time 10. Yeah, that part's normal enough. Just gain 7 charge plus an additional, based on how much that's going. At least a minimum of 10. For electricity, blend fragility, cool. Yeah. More haste, more clash power. Okay. Yeah, he seems cool. I don't know, I kind of like him more than the Faust already. He's at least got a reasonable amount of charge gain on his skill 1. Kind of the issue with Faust is, it's... I guess it's not that much better. I don't know why I'm acting like it's a huge difference, but it feels like it could actually make it... not really. I don't know. Just we've seen blunt fragility since base Ishmael. Yeah, base Ishmael and Zwei Sinclair had blunt fragility on launch, and that's it. Oh! This is different. Huh. That's interesting. Well, let me quickly change this up. It's so hard to tell, like, who's actually being in the battle because of this. Oh, wait, do you not need to chain battle? Oh. Is it actually something you have an option to do?
오,
We'll do that.
외부 일이냐?
마침내 현장 투입인가. 좋아, 몸 좀 풀어보자고.
Oh, you don't need to back up. Okay, cool. I didn't realize that. I thought you needed to. Yeah, thank God. I'd just rather not, I think.
파이팅이다.
To the team, let's take a look at he. He's cool. He's got like the double harpoon thing. Once again, cool. These guys have 4 arms, but only 2 weapons each. The extra arms are just purely for style. It feels like. I know you're using. Are you using the extra arm? I don't see them there. Maybe you're. Are you dual wielding both spears? I don't know. I can't tell. It's getting tougher though, yeah. Assuming we're at the point where, I guess next fight we're gonna start to see multi-crack people. And I'm surprised we didn't get like a little cutscene showing multi-crack stuff there. And you're struggling. You gain 2 charge count from your dodge. I guess it's combat start, which makes it a little bit nice. You're slash resistant, that's cool. We can roll with this. Okay, that's fine. You... Alright, just do that, yeah. A lot of strugglings and stuff going on. That's fine. We can live with it. We just gotta gamble a little bit. I love a good gamble, so, you know, it works out. Okay, Faust almost lost that. Heathcliff did lose that, okay. Okay, Faust losing this, too. Is the first one's on hit that's part of the charge gain? I think it's the first 2 coins on hit tax for that, so that's a little unfortunate. Yeah, we're taking a little bit damage. I think we're mostly fine. Unfortunately, they heal so much from hit damaging us, so we gotta be a little bit cautious. Do we replace you? We definitely do. Dimension. Yeah, do something like that. Yeah, looks good. Cool. Love stacking 9 fragile on the end boss. True. Fragile is very silly. That's for sure. Okay, Heath Gaming. I guess Heath's rolls are bad. That's the thing compared to Faust. Faust has much better rolls. Heath seems to have a much better economy going on. Anything similar to Rewind and Ruina? Rewind's like, what, 3 healing? I actually look too closely at these guys' skills. Oh yeah, there we go. Here's Blood Bag, Prosthetic Fixers. Molder Crack Office, Fixing Mechanical Amalgam. Cool. Weird fun fact about the mirror dungeon floor, not ready to spoil. Oh yeah, sure. I'm probably not going to be able to do that until tomorrow morning, so wouldn't be able to see it. If it's sure, give you a random fun fact about the mirror dungeon floor. Why not? I should have looked at the resistances. That's fine. Shouldn't matter. They start with 10 charge, so that's interesting. God. We're done with don't unlock chain bottles. And work until you get to the war pack, then it just allows chain battles. Oh, that is weird. That's interesting. Makes sense, I guess, but that's still super weird, huh? You can just chain battle in the warp pack. I'm definitely excited to see the EU gifts and stuff, but I guess I'm not going to see those until tomorrow. But that's fine. What's in? That'll give me something to look forward to. Definitely not going to bother doing mirror and stuff tonight, simply because it's already, you know, almost 1 a.m. Yeah, we've got Heath on the team. Our team's looking nice and full. Oh, there's one guy in the back, and we had to wait for him to spawn in. That's annoying. Track, you have an 18 rolling skill too? I didn't check the numbers. Like, if I'm being honest, I'm still, like, I pay so little to the actual number rolls of IDs, and I know so little of what's considered a decent roll, despite playing these games so much. Like, if you show me, like, a roll, and I genuinely will not be able to tell you if it's, like, above or below average most of the time.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰로만 샜네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만
Okay, prosthetic fixers.
나쁘지 않았어요.
Sure. Is it just gonna be more?
모두의
Assumably?
사시와 시삼 충전.
No cutscene, I'd guess, unless there's gonna be a cutscene talking about them being grabbed. No, okay, cool. Yeah, these are the guys that Heathcliff is like. Send that, cool. You just see, you know, the roll remind. Like, if I need to pay attention to the rolls, I'll check it, like, in the moment, if it's, like, relevant. But otherwise, like, I really just don't know. The game got convoluted, yeah. So, yeah. You can do a funny one of those. Send that. Spend enough charge to get your charge count up. Or your charge potency up, god. Like the complexity? I do too.
참고로
I don't know, there's some aspects I do like, some I don't like. Because there's definitely been some complexity in the game that isn't, like, that is kind of, like,
어떤 시간과 공간에
shallow, I guess? I don't know.
될지 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 응원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아 이런 이것도
We can ADD these guys, yeah. That'll be decent.
앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Do some funnying. And it does mean you got the passive active, so you'll spend some charge to heal when you get hit. If you keep on getting hit, I guess, so that's nice. I mean, decent enough damage because they're weak to blunt.
적확한 한압이었어.
걸려라.
70 HP on that guy. I might have a random attack that finishes him off, though. We'll see. Counter, that's fine. Weak enough counter. Countered, yeah, it's fine. You lose that's fine. You do get staggered, but that's okay. We've got quite a few of the enemies staggered, so we're looking okay, I'd say. Yippee-ki-yay. Otis might die to that. Unfortunate because I, don't have heal set up for chain battles. You're sitting here refreshing Limbus asset Google check so you can make more stuff. Yeah. Fair enough. Usually, Lunatic does it like, it's usually the morning after. Stuff might get in the way or something, so we'll see how it goes, right? Stuff can happen. That can, get in the way and the like, so it's kinda partially down to who knows whatever is going on. Good charge. And now you can charge counter current, which looks really cool with the full charge spend. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I always like going through the assets. Usually, PM's been pretty good about not having anything in the assets that's not supposed to be in the assets yet. As of recently, they definitely had some big issues with it earlier, like stuff like how, Lantern Sinclair was just in the file. Bleed, huh? Lantern Sinclair was just, like, in the files kind of casually, or, like, stuff along that nature, right? Wishing Karen Dawn's voice line was in the file before it was supposed to be. Stuff like that happens sometimes, which is fine, but PMs have gotten pretty good about it now. So it can be nice looking through, see what else there is. Okay. It's also unfortunate because it's really hard to tell which one is Faust and which one is the enemies, because Faust's white hair kind of like makes it look like she's wearing one of the same gray helmets that the generic ones are. So it's kind of a little hard to keep it straight. Is the drive official? No. It's not official. But what I'm saying is, Project Moon's gotten better themselves about not having files in updates that they shouldn't have in the files yet, is what I'm saying. Rip space, cool. Good stuff. Okay, and they're all done. Cool. Which fight is this? Was there like 12 or something? Like, we're definitely close to the end, right? Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Shh! Huh. What's this now? Really doing this bit again, cool. We were on the final car into the freight car when we discovered the odd box with a T-Corp logo on it. Ah, 'tis the emblem of T-Corp! It appears that it was broken in the fierceness of our battle. How silly. Yeah. Didn't that chief executive guy, Hubert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp, too. Such collaboration is not limited to T Corp. It is often the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of a less significant, less known corporation such as our own Limbus company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like its walls that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It's difficult for me to ignore how Roja hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicated that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as the guy we met at the platform. Remember? You said he was warped over to T-Corp on an expedition. Look, it's almost like they're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything. I believe I've read articles stating that certain offices will exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, he's... We were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. He's the one we encountered at the platform! This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Like Among Us. Yeah, and he said something about going to T-Corp expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixtures for this contract. I guess calling it an expedition was no exaggeration. There were over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. A strategy indeed. Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car. Executive Manager, this is likely an aftermath of a battle between the fixers and the blood bags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable as long as there was cash remaining in their wallets. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves. Maybe that's true. I see. There are more than a single possible interpretation of the same scene. I will remember both of your inputs. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitudes like yours often make it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Enjoying that the identities have tags now. Yeah, the tags are really cool. Some of them are definitely interesting, but it helps certain things so that you understand what counts as what. Because there's some edge cases that you might not expect, like how, LCCB IDs are also Limbus companies, so you could, synergize, Base Honglu and, LCCB Ryoshu or something, right? They count as the same faction. And stuff like how both Molar Boatworks and Molar Office count as the same faction. Both of them are just listed as Molar. Faust answers Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression for her. I was starting to get worried. I wonder if they'll do more tags as it becomes, relevant. Another thing I found super interesting is how N-Corp units have the N-Corp tag and also the N-Corp Fanatic tag. Which is definitely used to indicate that there is a big difference between the N-Corp IDs we have now and the ones we'll have in the future, which makes sense. If we ever, in several years then get a Herman ID or something, she'd probably be N-Corp but not an N-Corp Fanatic, right? So the distinction is there, as kind of a future-proofing thing. I am physically unharmed, yet... Yes, I am alright. However, I do not enjoy the circumstances where we find ourselves in. It's though I am casting nets to nowhere while lost and isolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of the sentence that I could barely hear what she was saying. I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat. No way telling her to tell where we are. No way to tell if there's even anything to eat under that glassy water surface. Grasping at the straws, Grip Sinclair can now do something, uses conditional something that isn't KQE. Yeah, it's so great. This sense I find mired and is not unlike your. It is like lying on my back over an unseen grave, for the reflection of radiance upon my eyes and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not of the forging path. Heathcliff, get in here. Share your traumas too. Come on. Seems the first part of the sentence was well heard by Ishmael and Yisung, however. They walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't recall you ever talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but you feel different from your usual self somehow. That is... Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn that you had a softer side. This unseen side of yours, it is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet on the platform, it is likely this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Maybe more than just me you're talking about the fact, I think, right? Probably. I don't know. Which means that there's a high likelihood that we soon encounter the blood fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Well, how strong could it be if its followers are this weak? There are so many of them, but we practically smashed through their entire horde. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that the being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we've defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called blood fiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat. Now I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are like mindless thralls to blood fiends, then they're like kind of like their private army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or dissertation. Wartime or not, they will always make formidable foes. The sinners each exchange various opinions with each other, possible strategies, estimations of blood fiend's strength, and all of a sudden... Fee on this indecisive idleness! Our quest is to defeat the villain who has brought such pain and misery upon this train. Is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon my honor that I shall smite this foe and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. Don Quixote's sudden outburst suddenly put a stop to the chatter. She is not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the blood fiend to complete our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the final car of this train. Alright. We're getting to the ringer now. How many nodes is there left? I haven't really been counting. 3 nodes left. The one who lords. Although after it looks like you get to Mephi itself in the last thing. I don't know what's going to be there. 240 rewards, jeez. Quite a bit. Alright. Oh, and this one, yeah, this one costs a module. This is the one you can grind. You know, just for safety, I'm just gonna set these backup units. In case need be, right? I don't know. I'm not doing the full thing, because I don't really want to have Grip Sinclair if need be, but... I don't know. This room. What is with that look on thy faces? Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy obsequious smiles? He must be the cause of this outbreak. The blood fiend we must defeat. Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty. Who the hell are you to make these demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. You may call me Cassetti, 6th kindred, a kindred of the 6th generation, the rightful prince and refuge from his family. Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Is this a literary reference, I wonder? Cassetti? I'm gonna Google it. Cassetti. Agatha Christie Wiki, okay. Murder Orient Express, yeah. Was once head of game Canopy of Ransom. Okay. So he's like one of the people from... He was the victim in the book. Oh. Interesting. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming. I only enjoy what was cast into my maw. You kill everyone trained. Yeah, that's the bit, right? Like, basically everyone's the murderer in Murder on the Orient Express. That was different from the original Oriental Express. Really? You telling me that the Oriental Express didn't feature, you know, a giant vampire turning everyone on the train into, like, thralls? Huh. What a shocker. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Do you not even know the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. We're so ugly behind the mask. So we all decided to hide how repulsive we've become. Once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Who stitched that mask to your face skin? Not a half bad job. Of course it's excellent, because this mask was carved by none of them, the great, the eminent, the barber himself, whose name I dare not even speak. But it hurts so much. Elena wasn't like that. Elena was also like a special case. No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Yes, I am the prince, that's what I am. Yeah? You sure thing, buddy. He's a bloody loon, ain't it? Alright, done with the giggles then. Get ready for the beating of your life. I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bawling, bowling, and sniveling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire. What are you, daft? Look around, there are 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into his blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count. Oh, no, but the count is so important. I have to keep count of my visitors. Oh, yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am. I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebear kindreds would be, should they be here to witness what I have created. This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet we've seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we've visited so far. Then what he meant by how the blood bags present themselves before him has to be. Hold on a minute. Yeah. I figure something and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne with a sudden burst, terror apparent on his face. Ah, it is thee! By the haste as thou truly hast journeyed here to assist us in our quest. Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for tragedies that hath transpired aboard this train. Help us slay the cur and eventually lead this passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board, one still capable of rational thought? Ah, you actually made it all the way back here. Guess the wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. I fought to mine too, till I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? In the end, I stood alone, but with nothing but a single one of these 4 arms left. Kind of funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really in the... thinking about last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that. Don Quixote, watch out. I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence. Ah! What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Well, let me introduce my kindred to thee. To be the first of many since my escape, for the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own. My family. Lord Cassetti, I intend to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you've commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings, so I present before you this group from the first-class car. Kindred. Are you aware of the exact nature of a kindred? No, but I can tell you this. When I accept my lord's blood into my veins, it was though I was reborn. I see. Kindred is to a blood being is like a sub-entity, similar to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information. Maybe. That's probably what was going through my head before I became a kindred. That I was been in cohorts with this villain all this time, as his underling. Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee. Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it mattered if you did test me, though, since my red eye is just a prosthetic. But then, the passengers are under thy protection. Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. True. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. The smaller one among them stood out to me. Reminded me of the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but this... I really, really hoped that I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this. There was... a child. Yep. Little Ron wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that is life the fixer. Believe me, I'd know. Hold thy vile tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice. It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment or a really, really early grave. I'll be back in a minute. Alright. Silence! Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Fair enough. 2 waves. Okay, cool. And assumably it's focused. Yes, cool. That's cool. This gives us some time to set up this first wave. These guys are low HP already, huh? Interesting. Charge gain, cool. Faust also has charge gain, cool. We're gonna get countered a little bit, which is unfortunate. These counters are assumably going to heal them up to a degree, I think, right? Logically speaking. Try that. Those are the 3 I want to clash, I think. Do some good damage here and there. Should be nice. Get some good charge going. So that we're in a good spot to just use all of our burst stuff second phase, assumably at Sasha. The Blood Fiend's been living on the train for like who knows how long, right? Which is interesting. If he's been an issue for a while, this one specific train, could they just not like stop the train or anything? Is that not something they can do? So that's interesting. Very interesting. And it's kind of hard to get a good sense as to exactly what it all entails. Let's see, we need to keep on getting sanity. That'll be important. Very important. We'll spend some charge with you, that's fine. It'll be worth it to spend some charge, because that'll get the potency up, which means we can gain more charge in the future. It just works out nicely. Try that.
기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하도록.
We'll see how this fight goes when the actual fight starts, right? It's gonna be just some time to just kind of ramp up, I guess, which is good. It makes sense that they're giving us time to ramp up in a charge-focused event. Makes a lot of sense.
처리했습니다.
Decent-ish damage.
하나 눕혔네. 이렇게 눕혀가다
Oh, there's Sasha.
밤새 끝나는 게
Really? Huh. I was assuming Sasha was going to be the second wave, but no, the second wave is going to be Cassetti. Assumably interesting. See, gain bleed every time his unit is hit. Consume bleed into gain casualty blood. Purchase unit's blood. Yeah, that sort of thing. Power leakage, that sort of thing. Tenacious, yeah. Less than 5 charge, gain attack power down. 5 plus charge, gain 2 clash power up. Take less damage from bleed. Heal damage. Target has bleed. Okay. So, standardish stuff, yeah. You don't have any charge. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, we can start off with this on you. Speed's a bit of a hassle for us at the moment, but I think we can live. We can't actually clash everything here, which is a bit of annoying, so we're just gonna have to ignore one of these guys that's relatively fine. Probably right most. I think she has an entry. Oh, she sure does. Okay. Do they all? They all do, okay. I had checked that. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Shame we can't read it, but cool to know that it's there. That's something. You're gonna go to sleep now, fair enough. Okay. Was that not like a good clash? That's fine. Oh well. That's how it be, I guess. Okay. 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 Yeah, I don't know. Okay, these ones are doing this now. Are they gonna get revived or something? And we don't know your passive, so it's just your skills we gotta pay attention to. It's one skill we don't know yet, and it might do some funny stuff. The new ideas are so cool, yeah, they are. Very awesome. Well, you can do that at least, that's something. Ripple that. Put that there. If you wanted that there, can you do something here? Nope. Okay, cool. Well then, oh, we could have Hex Snail for the bit. Not really. Doesn't seem worth it. That's fine. We don't need to necessarily clash with you this turn, do we? Need an ego though, yeah. Just blind obsession. It's only hitting you. I'm not that concerned, yeah. We'll roll with this. Some rough clashes here and there. I think we'll be fine. Blind obsession means we get, like, more charge stuff too, doesn't it? Blind obsession has some sort of charge synergy. I don't remember what it is. It's on hit? Okay. Not the best, then. Well, you have decent heads hit chances, so stagger is fairly imminent. Nice, cool.
그 공격이 약점이었겠죠? 지금은 기세를 다시
Okay.
잡았군요.
뭐 위기에 강하다 그런 거야.
But you've been... Oh, you're there. New passive, is it? Or new skill, is it? No, it said new something, but I think it's just because I didn't click on that yet. Yeah, okay. That's fine then. We'll do some of this type of stuff. Make sure we're doing nice on charge and the like. You're clashing poorly, just defend then. Leave that to Dawn. Okay, Sasha's down. She might show up in the second wave anyways, though. That might be the bit. I could see it. That one's still alive. Okay, that's fine. We just use our charge gain stuff. I defend with you too, yeah. Go for that, cool. Looking good. And now, second wave. Ah! Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their authorization is this bumbling fool. I pray for your forgiveness, my parent. Be gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet it must be the responsibility of the parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of... With that, Cassetti reached out towards the pile of blood bags on the ground and... absorbed them, yeah. Ha! Oh, what abundance! I had nearly forgotten this sensation. Armor of heart and blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. Sheer aggression and hatred palpable enough to make her skin crawl. Oh, he's got long hair. What? Okay, that looked weird. I didn't even realize. I thought he had, like, short hair. I didn't realize he had long hair behind that. Appears he's empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power was yet to fully return, this magnificent arm is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who hath become a king. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir, yes, you do. Of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge thy king. Depend on stored blood. Okay. It's blood, isn't it? Yeah. When each unit lose HP. Low blood. Bind fragile offense level down. High blood gain offense level and stuff. Cool. Branches is high with bleed. Heal 2% HP on hit with bleed. Smallest unit has bleed. Gain offense level and defense level for bleed. Cool. Panic for section stuff. Alright, simple enough. Okay. We've got DDDR. That's fun. He seems pretty clashable so far. I don't know. Actually, you should probably be the one to do that. Yeah, okay. You just get rid of the evade. Don't want to bother with it. Guy punishes bleed teams like crazy. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, so far that's how the entire, like, Kanto, or this entire mid-chapter has been with, you know, like, the bleed protection stuff they've all had. It's not like it's that uncommon of a thing. Like, there was a bunch of bleed protection stuff in, Kanto 4, too, for the robots there, the TLA robots. For some reason, just, you know, for the thematic thing. It's so you don't run N-Corp teams, I'm pretty sure, there, but here it's just because, you know, theming. Anything new? Don't think so. Okay, cool. Bloodthirst. What's your panic type doing? One fragile and damage up. What? How are we even doing SP? Oh, it's because you're losing. It's because we're clashing, aren't you? Losing clash. Yeah. Okay. Well, we've got a rip space, so we're gonna go for that. I think. Shocker, I know. If you defend against that, okay, cool. Looks good. The rift space will do nicely here. Yeah, 200, pretty good. Against an enemy that's only got like 1700 HP, 200 is quite a bit. That's so people don't run the ring IDs, yeah. Earl King's probably gonna have a little bit of bleed on him. I don't know how much. I don't think majorly, but like Envy Barrier makes me think he's gonna have a little bit of bleed. Mainly sinking, of course, but a little bit of bleed. So maybe it's gonna be like Earl King protection. Passive. Your new pattern sword by Vizier for the first time. Fix unit speed to 10 units. So I am the Prince of the Parade. So this is doubled during the turn, it was saying. Okay, double amount heal by hardly every set SP to 0 on use. I'm just gonna pull it up here. It's gonna be easier. Unclashable. So it's gonna heal himself a bunch, gain 10. Ends turn after using the skill. Ugh. So it just punishes you for doing too much damage to him, huh? Is that it? If only I had Sheet on right now. No, Alright, it seems like we're not gonna be able to do anything this turn, so I'm just gonna do this. Save charge here, yeah. I could evade block. I'm just using the skill ones. Yeah, he heals a bunch, yeah. It's here for the first time. Okay, so he doesn't do that again, though. I see. You got staggered. Alright. Really, then. I mean, that's a little silly. I'll give him that, you know, he gets the silly award. For being a little silly. Highly coveted award. Yeah, this is not that big of a shocker. That's fine. Stagger on Ryoshu, that's okay. Yeah. So you do a bunch of damage, but then he just heals back up. That makes sense. Not that surprising of a gimmick. You need to be careful you don't get hit though, because Faust gets staggered by anything at this point. Okay. Vision compression gaming. Nice. 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 Okay. Yeah, you target the person with the most bleed, right? So yeah. You attack what equal number of targets with bleed. Targets for with bleed. Okay. Zero point power. Actually, is lose one stored blood. Okay. Okay. What's a solid ego to deal with this pretty easily? I should try teleporting just so I have it used, right? That's probably a good idea. Just to get the passive running, because that'll make your life so much better. I should have really used it a long time ago, but better late than never. You've got a little bit of envy fragility this turn, so not the worst time for it. We could also teleport if we wanted to. This feels like it might be a bad idea, but I'm gonna go for it. God, the bleed's doing quite a bit to Heathcliff, that's fine. It should be okay. We're giving everyone, you know, a bunch of rupture and fragile, but also charge, and that's what counts. I said he's the 6th generation, doesn't mean he's really old. Probably. We don't know. The Blood Fiends have been around for who knows how long. They've been around for a long time in the city. He's really young, but like he's like a really old. He's got like a long running like dynasty behind him, I guess, right? He seems very, you know, inexperienced. That's for sure. Oh, he's like competent-ish in battle, I guess, so that's something. Well, now we've got a lot of charge stuff ready to go. So that's pretty cool. So, I mean, we're just gonna keep on killing you. I'm never going back. Alright. I mean, we can't force you to go back, so I mean, you got us, I guess. I don't know.
기능 점검.
I think it is a weaker each generation. Yeah, potentially. Put electric mark, be gaming. Getting some decent charge potency. Oh, actually, this is probably a great time to Otis Ego. What do I need for Otis Ego? I haven't even used it yet. I forget about it a lot. And by that I mean I haven't remembered it once. So yeah, really do forget about it a lot. Do I have enough for it? I do, cool. Dimension Shredder. Pull that out. Get some nice benefits from that. Sounds delightful. Pull that out. Blood Fiends are pretty unknown. We don't remember from DD from, but you know, yeah. DD literally... And DD literally got postponed in the Blood Fiend chapter. Little unfortunate. Okay, here's Dimension Shredder. We haven't seen it yet, so...
눈을 떼지 마.
We've seen it in the trailer, but I haven't used it yet.
영원히 방황할 테니.
What about there's a second phase? Well, there's still 2 more nodes in this mid-chapter, so, like, there's still gonna be more. Like, no matter whether or not there's a second phase to this fight, like... I don't know, he seems kind of pathetic, so I'm not fully sure. Victory? Yeah, it's just kind of a fairly simple fight. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Yes, I love your boiling human blood, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating, no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. Also, is it just me, or has Gregor's sprite been broken multiple times? I feel like there's been several times we've seen Gregor's text box, but not his sprite. I don't know. I think they've just been doing that in general for a lot of sinners. I don't know. I don't know if we can. Mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair across the ground. The strange environment of war trains has proven to be a significant help to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. This fight's been dragging on even longer than our battles at the K-Corp border checkpoint or the basement of Wuthering Heights. I knew the sinners had all grown stronger since then, but I felt as though I stood before an impenetrable wall. Don Quixote can use the wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with their lance, bringing, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I am so hungry. Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for the massacre thou hast wrought. Shut up, you don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to survive on that disgusting blood for 200... No, I don't even want to think about it. Shut up, be quiet. No, I'm sorry. Please, just let me have just a sip. Just the smallest sip. Please. It's all useless. No matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, shadeless mush, never to become whole again. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is powerful. He's regenerating as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... Ah, my kindred, my child! I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do thy responsibilities. The blessing of a parent must be repaid, no? But what can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor. Make them kneel and crawl before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait, I think I've got an idea. So I began looking wildly around, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. It's the way they fight. It reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic using fixers fight. Huh? Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their self-sense preservation, their limbs becoming no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon as if they have multiple lives to burn through. Oh. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And, forget to look after what's really important. Like this little thing. One of our remaining arms Sasha picked up. The master card key that Faust showed her in one of the previous cards. Ah, Don Quixote, stop her, now. Oh, my parent, I offer this gift to you. Gah! Don Quixote immediately leapt at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Murso, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both aside and grabbed the key card. This is the key of the first-class cards, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags, to bring glory to the kingdom. No. Cassetti examines the master key card with clear interest. Without that key card, we travel inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante, I believe myself to be trying my utmost to overcome this adversity, without access to false knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master key card, the uncertainty of the circumstance has greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this obstacle, Faust took a deep breath as if she were about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust, so a situation like this, where she has to make decisions of her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. Faust is an admirable sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking about the same thing myself, actually, that I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still gave us good directions, Paul, after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the master key card is just one of the innumerable uncertain values in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. That the only option that remains at present is to compromise. You there, looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them, or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire, compromise with a villain as vile as that cur. I didn't have the time to regenerate Dawn's severe energies just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well then, Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Only I will accompany Dawn in this negotiation. I'll make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There's no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be absolutely exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. Faust doesn't even move the conversation to a different place, but the sinners must have been a sweet one. Just you two, huh? Yes, the fright car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss what we have to offer to one another. That clock must be thy monarch then, And thou art one of the retainers. Correct. Very well, this will be a royal debate then. It is only right that a royalty talks to no one else but the one who is his equal. Manager, Esquire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the fright car. So Faust, why are we doing this in the fright car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Oh boy. What's this gonna entail? Are we gonna have a story and then a fight, or is it just gonna be straight into another fight on the map? Got a lot of things. Okay, we do get a story here, and then we're probably gonna have one more fight to really cap things off. What do I grab here? I don't know, it really doesn't matter. I'll just stockpile them. No need to get them yet. The negotiation. I'm kind of losing my voice at this point, but that's true most of the time anyways. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. When this bus hadn't completely filled with the fright car, I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon or create a kindred here. Dante. The connection has been restored. Connection? Suddenness of her statement really knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion. She replied with even quieter whisper without looking away from the Blood Fiend. According to Mephistopheles has re-established my connection to Faust. Oh! Did you know that this would work? No. As I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypotheses. This success has helped me somewhat comprehend Miss Roach's fascination with gambling. Oh, Faust has become a gambling addict. Let's go. Faint smile appeared on Faust's lips for a moment before fading away. Though the connection has been reestablished, I would like to make a complaint against the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the lost connection within the interiors of warp trains. However, finding a solution to the situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advances toward the Blood Fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the Master Key card? If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into bloodbags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. We should maintain the secrecy of the Kingdom Mind for as long as possible, and thine wishes to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this key card, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily like nothing ever happened. And when the train gets there, you'll get off the train, everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Sort of the job we were contracted to do in the first place. Our memories in any side of battle will be erased entirely upon our arrival. We have no way to relay our news, whether one of success or failure. If we have the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp would enforce that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. Not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with. But what about the other passengers of this train, and its few passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we'd come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of a reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this. Don Quixote! I thought her wounds were too severe to let her crawl, even and walk, but with sheer will she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her! Again! What, do you want to stay here for an eternity with this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on the key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend this eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome the eons, should it mean eons of penance for thee. 'Tis much prefer letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wiggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here. Insane. Faust, unhand me. Thou mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire. Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Then I shall, for the millennium of the tales of legend I've read in the magazines. No time, however infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly, you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote. Then there has to be another way. No? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom. Faust, Manager Esquire, there's truly no path in which we can bring justice to the villain and the sinners remain unharmed. Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. But wait, Don Quixote! No! The commotion we filled noticed the blood fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second, but we were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parent, forgive my transgression of creating another without thy sanction. Thou shalt become the second kindred of mine! Said he screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust? What do you mean, the solution? According to the information I viewed in the past and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please do not, the other sinners must never hear word of what is about to happen. Oh. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... Rocinante! I've said this question is rolling in the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante? Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Rocinante, in sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that have struck me. It hath been a loyal steed by my side for however long it hath been in existence. She doesn't know where she got them. Major Squire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Aha, be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scout as they may appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as small girl. Evacuate. Evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you rode to sleep wearing those running shoes. I mean, Rocinante. Oh, I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, Major Squire, would care to ask me how Rocinante fares. I didn't mention that this question was by numerous eyewitnesses, reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante. Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together, even in slumber. There should be no separating the two of us. We are bound not by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. When I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing this pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off. Fie, whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body. 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou makest. She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pairs of running shoes off is somehow an inconceivable idea. They are something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from common sense as something completely ordinary. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelming, powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As a metallic stench of blood suffocates the buff, filling every corner of it with sickening horror. Then darkness. No, that's impossible. In all observing darkness, voice is our only light. You're the second kindred. How did you... I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint outline of an aura. I see a red aura and a long fur adornment of sorts. Through the shimmering aura, I think I saw red eyes. You've committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It spoke towards the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg... Insolent worm. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rises around the blood fiend's mouth, for congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my years. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Cassetti's body began liquefying into a thick stream of blood, with his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. Rapidly, it ponderously like the ice cream Don Quixote had loved so much, melting away on the floor heated under the searing sun. You. Lucky turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante, to me. Rocinante, I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slid them onto her bare feet, one by one. One day. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Gah? Yeah, I've seen the Dawn Blood Fiend theories before, and I saw that I figured it made like some sense. It felt very insane, but it definitely had some like logic behind it. And it's insane how they're doing this. There's still one more thing though. There's still one more cutscene to go through. No more fights though, so we're done on fights. Sometime later. Can someone explain what just happened in a way that makes sense? Any of the sinners would be all shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock. All that remained was the destroyed door to the Fright King and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Most personnel had lost their conscience from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Blood Fiend. Whatever measure it was the mages taken, it can be said that it was appropriate. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Hmm? Who are those 3? Faust, the manager, and Don Quixote, who's still unconscious. Huh, really? The 3 of you? Oh, you're spot on, haha. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. I had the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadences and voices, moments before my loss of consciousness. Right, so what's going on with the last? Why is she still out cold? Isn't Nosferatu one of the first Blood Fiends? Yeah. She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not at a risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation. How she practically erased the Blood Fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. And please, do note the other sinners must never hear a word about what is about to happen. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would all fall on me. That's, you know... Wait, that reminds me. Where's the keycard? Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands. He was in a far more presentable state than he was in before. Wait, so what about the keycard he was holding, though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melted with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with his middle phalanges. Wait. Oh. Oh no. Everyone calm down! Calm down! I said calm down! I really should have packed more cigarettes. How about we force one of these doors open? The master keyboard is not an absolute necessary element to resolving the situation. What, how? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation demanded that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how its methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered in a digestible, summarized format. Well, that was short-lived. She was acting all smug again. Can you utilize the back door of Mephistopheles? Steely confidence in our declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back streets, Don Quixote slung over one of our soldiers' shoulders, and arrived at our destination. Ooh. This is a cool looking place. I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you're all in. Sandy pitter, sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Ask someone after me. To explain, it can... Grains of sand rolled over my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago. I'll explain the simpler gist of the plan as we made our way to the back door. For simply spend the time in a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at destination in approximately 10 seconds going with the A-Corp timescale. All we need to do is remain somewhat in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait, are you seriously going to open that door? With that many doors in there, are you sure that's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is completely ensured. Herb Collier is already soloed Earl King with a new Heath ID. Yeah, fair enough. Les, at least tell us what's past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Oh, wait. Faust did not wait for Heath to finish sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now, please enter through this door. Servants came in quickly walking into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Oh, aren't we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes. I got sand in my mouth. No way. Is this a sandstorm? But aren't we inside a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it blurred out colorful senses of complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same, indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she has herded us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as arrived at the P-Corp platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is. And with their bodies completely covered in sand. Thought we'd never make it. But whoa, are you guys okay? How did these passengers... We're so happy to be done with the whole dude. Even the W Corp in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We are employees of Limbus Company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh, so you guys are the people that the captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there. Oh, that. Huh. I've never seen it in action before. Thanks. Let me go check. The hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was... Huh? There isn't anyone in here. Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod. This is the correct spot. The disappearance of the individuals who entered this pod would indicate... I guess the folks aren't all there up in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken? I doubt that. Guess we must suffer from momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I've become intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed to the outside without another word. Have we arrived? Rise and shine, lass. Had enough nap yet? I see. I'll hear the details of the incident on the bus once we're traveling again. Understood. Any and all relevant reports were sent to W Corp via LCCA, and... Just was already there when we arrived. He was sharing a conversation with Faust about what went down inside the train with a serious expression. I will now leave with Karen and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand of the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen. Because of the preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock to my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. Wait, Dawn is secretly hiding something. You can say that, yeah. I just wanted to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is... That is something I've been aware of since the LCB was first established. Same could be said of Virgilius. Of course. However, it was by the will that LC is superiors that this knowledge remains withheld from management until the appropriate moment. This is also, like, basically confirmation that Dawn is the oldest of the sinners. And that appropriate moment was back there. According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, has been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action. Though the full truth may remain obscured still, we are once again returned. Returned. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension, and we've returned to our daily lives speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned. Yes. She called him so young, yeah. Faust replied to Yisung Nebula's wording with a quiet affirmation. Please do not take this query with any greater importance than a mere jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again? She shot a puzzled look at Yisung. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yisung mused ambiguously before leaving us. The incident of the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but I also learned about so much about so many things. But so it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this monetary piece. How do we find ourselves at P-Corp? Wherefore is my throat so parched? I feel ya. I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you mixed out big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? Oh, that vibrated the last few grains of the sand out of my ears. Senators look at Don Quixote's bewildered and awakening, grinning. There's no way we'll be phasing here at District 16 where Peel Corp is located, but we got this, right? Same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in it certainly rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking up at me as well. She nodded me her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. Alright, yeah. That was insane. I didn't comment too much on the architecture there, but it looked pretty cool. You check Shidon's art. Yeah, I've seen the Shidon stuff before. Like the kind of like the reddish like tint to her eyes. Because normally hers are always orange, but here it's like red. There was a theory, I could probably find like something about it from like a while back. Oh, PM notification? Server issues identified. What's this about? Softlocks at 5-18. 300 feet lunacy. What 5-18 soft locking? What? What a random stage to be soft locking. Yes, okay, that makes sense, I guess. That's a fairly intensive one. Interesting that that's soft locking. Well, I can modulize there. I can get my rewards and stuff. I'll just start with this. And yeah, I'll do mirror dungeoning tomorrow, of course. Daily mirror dungeon tomorrow. We'll see exactly what's going on here with the funnies. That's a lot of ego gifts though. Probably a decent bit of fusions. That's a heart. Fuse, 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 fuse. Yeah, there's 4 fusion gifts. Okay. Interesting stuff. Mostly charge, 2 random non-charge ones. I guess this one's also a random non-charge one. That's like definitely supposed to be like a blood fiend like crystal or something. Surprised that none of them have like bleed or anything to any degree.
괜찮습니다, 관리자님. 저는 오늘도 막차.
Oh right, I just unlocked. I was like, what's this notification for? And yeah, it's just because I unlocked all the warp stuff. Or just one of the warp things. Yeah. Well, it is 2 AM. I am tired. This was good though. This was very, very interesting. Oh, I didn't even realize you're only level 40. Huh. That explains some things. Those haven't before. Yeah, very funny interfollow, that's for sure. A lot about Dawn. Very much looking forward to Kanto 7 and what they're going to be doing there. But anyways, yeah. That will be all for this time. Thank you guys all for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Good night.